and then karaoke. They don't know how we kick it.
And scrutiny was from Nuno, too, by the way.
To sit here and say that we can't have a good time and we can't party harder than the NFL Live crew or the women's college basketball crew, I took offense to that.
Canty, when on a spread, what's the best quarterback? Patrick Mahomes is worth how many points? With 3, maybe? Let's just
Mahomes?
say, yeah. Well, what's Mahomes?
I'm sure, it's close to a touchdown. I'm sure.
So he's close to a touchdown. When you're saying, hey, do you want to hang out with this group of people, but Evan is there, how much does that subtract from that group of people?
I don't know. If it's Evan Cohen, I would say it takes away 3 points. But if it's young Dreidel or Dr. Dreidel, I mean, that gives us 3 points.
That's true.
So it depends on whether it's Evan or his alter ego showing up.
Is it Clark Kent or Superman?
Exactly.
Great points.
Exactly.
And I would say, too, that we probably hang out more in fun settings than any of those other shows. Maybe they go out to dinner. Maybe they watch games together. I'm sure the group chat is popping. I don't see them doing hibachi together. I don't see them going to karaoke together.
No.
We deserve that spot on Evan's A-list at number 1.
I think there's an argument, Smalls, to that point, that we actually hang out at non-work events more than any other show anywhere.
Agreed.
No doubt.
They all hang out at the work events. We hang out elsewhere. Take that. We're number 1 on Sportsmanlike.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. Doug, welcome to year 21 of the show. Doesn't that make you feel good? Because you're closer now to 50 years of TMA and only 29 remaining.
Oh, you think I'm going to make 50 years with this show?
It's your personal goal. I mean, I'm not speaking for you.
I started in 07.
Right.
So that's 17 for me. This will be 18.
Right.
Oh, gosh. That's a long time.
Well,
that's a long time.
So this is the show, huh?
This is it so far. We're just going to talk about me today.
That's a shot at my business model. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and you are welcome to get involved. Chairman Kurt is manning the phone lines. You like that term, manning?
I guess I don't care for it.
Callier and Thompson, you've decided you don't like it. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you're welcome to text into the program via the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. And then here we've got the YouTube chat where friends have gathered, such as Tunneling Gerbil and the delectable Danny Pintaro. You know him from Who's the Boss, and John Score. And he says, Tim with the sock hat, got to keep that beautiful dome warm. Is this a sock hat?
Well, it's, we used to call them stocking caps.
Yeah, I'm more a stocking cap guy. Jackson, being a hockey guy, calls it a toque.
A toque or a beanie. Or a beanie, or a Scully. How about a Scully?
Yeah, like Joey Vitale's Orange Scully, which appears in the YouTube chat. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can participate in the program. Doug, where do we start with today's program? Well, here's where I'll start. I'll tell you who's going to be on the program.
Okay, that'd be good.
A big Ohio State fan, Chuckles Marlo, is going to be on the program. Love to have him in studio, but he's got to do one of his auto racing podcasts at 9:30. So he's going to join us via the Callier and Thompson phone lines coming up in our 8 o'clock hour. Bernie Federko also in the 8 o'clock hour. And then as I'm turning the corner to come down the hallway in the original TMA studio, and I'm not talking about the second studio, I'm talking about the very first one where I believe we started at Hubbard 3 years ago today.
That's right.
I'm turning the corner, and I run into Michelle Smallman, who you heard right here on 101 ESPN going into our program, doing her show that she usually does. Did she do it from New York City?
I don't know. She's gone national. I know that much.
Well, guess what? She's going local in the 9 o'clock hour because she's going to come down the hallway and join us in studio on this program.
Well, that'll be a treat.
Yeah, how about that?
Yeah.
So
you made the big time.
Yeah, by being on this show.
Well, yeah, I didn't mean by being on
New York and being national, right?
This is where it's at. I guess she's home for the holidays to see the family. Or
Kenny
something.
Loggins.
Her family is Kenny Loggins?
No, you said home for the holidays.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
Kenny Loggins.
Home for the holidays.
We celebrate me home.
Yes, I remember the tune. Yeah, I didn't know that Kenny Loggins was part of her family.
So Kenny Loggins and Michelle Smallman coming up, as well as the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson will have his Papal Conclave later today, in which we will decide the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month for the month of December. All of that to come on today's program, but Doug Vaughn entering into his 18th year on this show, just 32 years short of his goal of 50 years.
I don't think
TMA has decided what our lead story is. So many to choose from. What are you going with? And I will follow your lead. I will follow. You walk away, I will walk away, I will follow.
Oh, I don't think it's any one of the football playoff games, but probably all of them combined.
I need you to dial it in. I need you to dial it in.
You want just one game?
I need you one angle. Take it.
Oregon, show up, Ducks. Where were you? #1 all year, undefeated, and you laid an egg. You laid a big old duck egg.
Nice.
Is that the kind of take you wanted?
I like that. That's got social media written all over it.
But come on.
But don't.
Yeah, I guess that would be it, is the disappointing performance from Oregon when so many people, myself included, thought they were probably the team to beat. They weren't even competitive.
Now, that's interesting that you say that, because I went into it and I thought more people were on Ohio State yesterday.
Well,
I mean, they were the favorite. Ohio State was laying 2.5, because that's what Jackson says, so I'm starting to try to incorporate into my lexicon.
Yeah. Folksy.
It is folksy. 2.5 to the #1 team in the country. And sweet mother of mercy, if you didn't know about him before, you know about him now. Jeremiah Smith, the true freshman, just went off yesterday and was the offensive MVP for Ohio State. Nearly 200 yards receiving as the Buckeyes, Charlie Marlowe's team, dismantle the former number one team in the country. And still now, this being the 11th year of the college football playoff, no team will be undefeated and your national champion. That still has not happened.
And still, somewhat surprising to me is most of the games aren't very close. The Texas-Arizona State being the exception. That was a really fun game to watch, Texas-Arizona State.
Great game.
But most of these games aren't close.
Here's a little stat from OptaStats on Twitter. OptaStats.
Doug, do you follow OptaStats?
Religiously, yeah. I wake up in the morning and see what they got to go.
So prior to yesterday, the AP number one team had not allowed 4 offensive touchdowns of 40-plus yards in an entire game this century. Ohio State had 4 in the first half alone against Oregon.
How about that? Cover Jeremiah Smith, would you?
Somebody got a hat on him.
God, I thought they were going to be, conceding in the first half, doing that thing where you go 10-minute quarters for the third and fourth.
Then when it starts to fall apart early, then guys start blaming each other and they get down and it just collapses. I think that's what happened to them.
Yeah. Reminiscent of what happened to College Station for the Missouri Tigers. That's where I felt like.
Yeah. It always goes back to the Fighting Tigers. It's got to be, the lead's got to be the sunset last night. That's from the 314. Doug, I don't know how aware you are of this, but there's nothing more important in the sports calendar to Jackson than the sunset at the Rose Bowl.
Listen.
No, is that what it was?
Yeah, listen. Let me give you just a brief moment here.
This is now here at 7:07. This is Jackson's time.
Yeah, I know that you're trying to get to 50 years, but you're going to have to let me cook for a second. I was looking all week at the forecast for Pasadena to ensure that we were going to have quality sunset.
Doug, were you monitoring the forecast?
Not in the least.
Forecast. And during the blowout, I was like, "Man, this is really gonna saunter. This is really gonna put a ice cube."
I just don't think that was the right use.
Saunter's like walking.
So far, last year's word out of place was insatiable for our coworker Craig Rutledge, who apparently is horny as all get out.
He's getting therapy,
but so far, the sunset was going to saunter.
Here, I'll just go basic. I'll go ruin. It was going to ruin the sunset.
But where did saunter come from?
That means just kind of like walking casually. I think that's a saunter.
Walking star.
My neural pathways are still kind of finding their place.
Okay.
So just give me a moment here.
All right.
But I was nervous that was going to ruin it. It was still a gorgeous sunset. Not as good as last year's, but first sunset of the year at the Rose Bowl, I think, is the greatest thing. And
really?
Yeah. If I was a Rose Bowl.
They had some sunset shots?
Oh, yeah, of course. Like right as that third quarter settles in, that's when the sun starts to set. It's so gorgeous, that area of Pasadena, when they do the Goodyear blimp shot over it. Right. It's just awesome. Okay. That's what the New Year is all about.
And that, of course, is the lead story.
I thought so.
I still miss Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen calling the Rose Bowl.
I thought that was Keith Jackson.
No, well, he did for a while. But then it was Dick Enberg for years, too.
And Merlin Olsen, who got the gig because he played
Father Murphy
on Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah.
And they were cross-promoting Little House on the Prairie. Michael Landon didn't want the gig.
Right.
And Merlin Olsen came in as Father Murphy.
One of the greatest defensive tackles of his generation, Hall of Famer. And now we know him as Father Murphy.
A proud member of the St. Louis Rams.
Yes, he was a Ram.
Thank you.
Number 74.
Somebody pointed this out in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. I got that statistic about no team being undefeated and winning the national championship since the college football playoff. To me, the best team that I've seen, I don't know, man, in a couple decades, was Joe Burrow's LSU team, and they were undefeated. Am I missing something here? Hell, I don't know.
There's no way to find that out.
I'm looking at the schedule, and I'm going, they were undefeated. They won at Alabama. They won at number 9 Oregon. They won at number 9 Texas. They won against Georgia. They beat Clemson, who was number 3 in the national championship, Oklahoma in the semifinals, and they beat the hell out of these teams. So I don't know what Brett McMurphy's...
15-0.
Well, either way. Point being is an undefeated team goes down, and if this were the old school system, Oregon would have been playing, I guess they would have been playing who was number 2. Either way, Oregon would have been the national champion in most cases. They would have been playing the Big Ten champion, which was themselves going up against the Pac-12 champion. Of course, that being an Oregon team
Oregon State
3 years ago. Yes. It would have been
Oregon State.
It would have been taking on Washington State to decide the national championship. So now you have nothing but teams with at least one loss left, and that's going to be it's going to be a hell of a Final Four. Even though this thing has not necessarily been captivating from game to game, when you have Texas going up against Ohio State, a line that Brett McMurphy, who started out with saying Texas would be favored by 2, I saw that and I go, I might have to. To do some liquidating. It then debuted as Ohio State minus 4.5. Sharp bettors then moved it up to 5.5. I think it'll go higher than that.
I see 6 right now on ESPN.
I think there's a chance that it starts to hover around 7 when it's all said and done. By the time it kicks off a week from tomorrow night. And then on the other side of the bracket, you have Penn State. And no matter what, you're going to get Penn State either against an SEC powerhouse in Georgia or Penn State against Notre Dame. And, national brand recognition. So the point being that you've got a Final Four that I think is intriguing for everybody. I mean, Texas, Ohio State is automatic. And Georgia against Penn State or Notre Dame against Penn State, you can't go wrong there. So when it's all said and done, you're going to get close to, I think, what many would say were the 4 best teams in college football, with Oregon being on the outside looking in. And Oregon, to me, the story when you're talking about Oregon, isn't necessarily what went on at the Rose Bowl, as their bad game came at the most important time against a team that might have the most talented roster. The story on Oregon is they go undefeated throughout the course of the year, and they're in the toughest pod of the 12-team playoff, in that they had to meet, no matter what, a very good Tennessee team and potentially the eventual national champion, Ohio State, in the second round. And the bottom line is this is going to change. That won't happen again. That would not happen in year 5 of this thing. It's a clear flaw. It was a flaw that we were talking about from the get-go, that it looked like a 5 or 6 seed would be benefiting, weirdly enough, because they would be playing the 11 or 12 seed in the tournament. But in this particular case, the fact that Oregon had to play Ohio State in the quarterfinals as opposed to the semifinals of the championship shows the flaws in the system of Boise State and Arizona State getting buys.
I'm not sure they'll ever get it to a place where everybody's happy with it.
I agree, but this is one of those tantamount flaws in the thing that was ridiculous from the get-go.
Right, and the reseed situation is a much easier fix than some of the conference realignment issues or overpopulation in conferences.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I do agree.
You can reseed pretty quickly.
You just don't give the bye to the conference champion.
Yeah, right. I mean, like Arizona State and Boise State were obviously very deserving of this spot, but of a bye, that's where it starts to get questionable.
I believe it was Roman Harper. I was listening to in a podcast late September, early October, and he goes, if I were betting a long shot right now, again, long shot within the realm of reality, not talking about Arizona State, kind of a long shot. He said it'd be Penn State. He goes, because they're probably going to lose one game against Ohio State, and then they'll be the 5 seed.
Yeah, right.
And then if you look at the way the 5 seed shakes out, they get to play the 12 at home, which they're 75% or better to win. And then they get to play the 4 seed, because there isn't reseeding, in the second round, which means Penn State's road to the Final Four is pretty easy, comparatively speaking, to even a 1 seed, which will have to play an 8 or 9, which is going to be one of the top teams in the country, not based on a conference championship, as opposed to, say, an Arizona State, or as it played out, a Boise State. So that is indeed what transpired, even though it was Penn State as a 6 seed as opposed to a 5 seed. And now Penn State has beaten SMU and Boise State, and they sit there, win away from playing for the national championship. And I think they've got as good a chance as anybody else. As crazy as that sounds, I think everybody right now would be on Ohio State, understandably so. But Penn State, if you take a look at what they've been doing, they've been pretty damn good. And they're a goal line stand away from being a team that went into the Big Ten championship against the undefeated Oregon Ducks as an undefeated team themselves.
In my view, no playoff is legitimate that doesn't include the University of Missouri.
Oh, my gosh.
You saw what they did to Murray State? If that doesn't get you in, I don't know what does.
Wow. Going back to the August game against Murray State.
Yeah, should have been a spot for the Tigers.
Trimming down.
Yeah.
Producer Joe is listening to the program, and he says Georgia was undefeated as well. What's Brett McMurphy? What's he peddling, Doug?
I don't know what he peddles.
He's still hot about that Liberty Bowl situation with Kansas.
Was this Georgia last year that was undefeated?
Georgia
2 years
last
ago.
year didn't get into the playoffs.
Yeah, 2 years ago when they manhandled
and then LSU
TCU.
was undefeated in 2019.
Maybe it's like the McMurphy index, like Doug's thing.
Yeah, I don't follow.
Like they had one loss in McMurphy's mind.
It is 7:14 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. More college football playoff talk. Is to me, I'm angry as a Hornet. I really am about what I thought was just the warmest form of garbage that took place in the early game. And we will have audio with reaction to what I'm angry is. What do you call it, Doug? A Hornet?
Yeah.
That is on the other side of our commercial break. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Breaking news in the YouTube chat. Tunneling Gerbil has just announced this. All right, Jackson has me all hot and bothered with his heavy Pete Davidson look.
I look like Pete Davidson?
That's what Tunneling Gerbil says.
Like I haven't slept in a week? No
you've been up snorting horse?
No, I didn't get the greatest night's sleep last night, but no horse was involved.
What's the problem?
You never know. Sometimes you just don't sleep well. You know how it goes.
Were you thinking about me?
I'm always thinking about you. I'm always thinking about I'm only thinking about Doug during certain parts of the day.
What that means?
What day parts?
I felt like that might have been a double entendre if you really dive into it.
Like pre-dinner, just to settle in.
I heard that part too.
A lot of pre.
Doug, I'm angry as a hornet.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why.
What is it now?
So, of course, I'm watching the games yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Halftime rolls around for the Texas-Arizona State game. I don't have any action on the game.
No.
Money line-wise, I would have been all over Texas. But the number was hovering around 13. I think it kicked off around 12.5, give or take. I don't know who your guy is. I've got a high school bookie that chases me down for like $25. He needs to settle down. If you're listening, settle down.
Okay.
Because we can't get this damn legislation that passed in November across the goal line around here. And I don't know what that's all about. But I'll get into that when I'm angry as a hornet later on. Yeah, exactly. The hell? It passed 2 months ago. Let's go. So anyway, I got to get this guy's line.
Arenado trading. What are we waiting on?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jackson. So I'm looking at it, and I see Texas is minus 7.5, or if Jackson would say, to appeal to the cools, 7.5.
That's right.
At the half.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking, boy, I really like Texas. But that hook, I don't know, because while they had a great defense, I don't know if they'll cover the 7.5 or 6.5. I'd lay it. I did not see. When it came to college football, two things And I'm not saying this because Illinois, which to me is so undercovered in this market for how large the Illinois population is in the metropolitan area. Two things I did not see as much college football as I watched that stunned me over the last 48 hours since we were with the audience on New Year's Eve. Number one, Illinois and the game plan that Brett Bielema and his staff implemented against Lenora Sellers in South Carolina. Can't tip my cap enough for that. As Bielema said following the game, we wanted to make him throw left-handed, essentially, meaning he's going against the grain, and they were able to do it and stop that guy because I think he is Heisman Trophy candidate number one going into next year. Well, probably number two next to Jeremiah Smith. But that was incredibly, that's a great win because I think South Carolina wanted to win that game. So often with these bowl games, I don't think most teams give a damn. South Carolina wanted to shove it up the ass of the committee and win that game. So tip of the cap to Illinois and Bielema for the way they played and the game plan that they prepared and were able to execute. And then secondarily, I didn't think Arizona State was going to hang around at all with Texas. And to Kenny Dillingham, who we've enjoyed him, and who else, Jackson, on this program? Syracuse's own
Fran Brown.
Those are the two adopted coaches of this program. Kenny Dillingham, 34 years old. Jackson was saying it during the commercial break. Balls of steel. And what was balls of steel?
I mean, you have like a fourth down. You got to score. You got to figure something out. You got to make something happen. And you run a pitch and pass with Cam Scadaboo throwing the football. And good job on underthrowing. Underthrowing gives you a chance. Overthrowing, you're cooked.
Yeah, underthrowing also brings in the ridiculous pass interference call into play, too. Yeah,
twofold benefits there. And they scored like that, like right there. Like if you're Arizona State playing Texas with that defense, you got to do something crazy. The fake punt, like in your own area, like that's crazy. I loved it. I love Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, you play to win. You're not playing to like manage the score so people say you didn't belong.
Exactly.
You know, and I respect that. I don't think that's what went on with Signetti at Indiana.
Yep.
And I don't think that that's what went on with Rhett Lashley and SMU. I think it became about we got to prove that we belong. Why? You're here to win. Get blown off the field. Who gives a damn? You're here to win. You take your shot. You might not have that shot ever again at Arizona State. They took their shot, and to their credit, they get back in that game. And here they are. It's tied. And I for the life of me, I cannot understand how that was not targeting. I cannot understand how that was not. I have no financial investment. I couldn't care any less if Arizona State or Texas won. But I'm watching that, and I'm putting myself in the position. If you're a Missouri fan, imagine what you would have been thinking. If you're an Illinois fan, imagine what you've been thinking. Because not only if you are a fan of the team, there is also the perception, and I think oftentimes it's justified. Deep down, do I really think it's executed? I don't know on that. But that Texas, Alabama, Ohio State, those programs get the calls, and a program like Arizona State does not. I have no idea how that was not targeting. And had it been called, Arizona State has the ball, tie game, minute 8 left, at the Texas 37-yard line. Now, that doesn't mean that they wind up winning the game because, as noted, they have had some kicking issues, just like Auburn had some. I'm not talking about the school. I'm talking about the kicker for Texas had his kicking issues at the end of that game yesterday. But I'm talking about a team that has 1st and 10 at the 37 and a minute 8 left, and you pick up, I mean, you can kick it from the 37 theoretically and have a 55-yard attempt, but even if you pick up just 10 yards, you're now inside a 45-yard field goal to send yourself to the Final Four. And I thought that not being called targeting was absurd. Doug, what did you think?
I didn't see that play.
Perfect.
I saw a lot of it. I saw a lot of the game. I did not see the targeting play. Targeting is such, I don't think anybody knows exactly what targeting is. Sometimes you see it called frequently, and other times they just kind of let it go.
Well, that's exactly what Kenny Dillingham said right after the game because he lost a player to targeting in the first half. Here is what he said. He was careful. He was political about it, but here is what the head coach of Arizona State said about it.
Hit the legal
In terms of the targeting, I mean, I want to be honest, I don't know what targeting is. We lost one of our best players in the first half for targeting. And I just don't know. I just don't know what it is. So I don't want to comment on something that I have to get a better grasp of what it is, just because it's so, I just don't quite understand it. I do just want to protect the players, though. So whatever rules are put in place to protect the players, I'm all about.
I've moved my laptop over so, Doug, you can see the replay of it. Jackson, do you think it was targeting?
Yeah, I mean, when I saw it, like the first replay, I was just on my computer working on some stuff, and I saw like, oh, okay, that's targeting. I just went back to work, like didn't even think. I was like, all right, they're gonna have the ball. And then they said there's no targeting. I looked up, I go, what?
It was a straight helmet-to-helmet shot.
I was like, if that isn't targeting, like just because the guy isn't being taken off on a stretcher doesn't mean the Texas player didn't hit him in the helmet with his helmet.
It seems like that's a factor. If the guy's hurt, it's targeting. If he's not hurt,
the thing is, he was hurt on the play. He was down for a while. Scott Van Pelt and Dusty Dvorak on SVP Sports Center last night were talking about it. Here is what they had to say.
This is my opinion. If that's a 1 o'clock window game between a couple of ACC or any conference or whatever, I don't care who it is, that's targeting 100 times out of 100. It wasn't in this case. What'd you see? What'd you think?
I thought it was targeting. Michael Taft's a fabulous player. His story is incredible. He's second-team All-American. But I thought it was targeting in the moment. I picked up the phone. I made a few phone calls. I talked to Bill Lamagna, who I think is one of the absolute best, works for us, ESPN, ABC, as a rules expert. And he said verbatim, it's a defenseless player. There was an upward thrust indicator, forcible contact to the head or neck area. It's targeting. And so we heard Matt Austin on the call. He thought it was targeting. We go through these seminars and before the season as analysts that call games, and we're always looking at different plays. That looked to me to be the letter of the law, targeting. But having said that, even if they call the targeting, it doesn't guarantee Arizona State wins that game.
Yeah, well, I mean, nobody's disputing that point, but the fact that it was not called is...
I wonder if the officials want to be sure not to make some call that is going to turn the outcome of the game. If they're,
right, and that's exactly what Scott Van
that.
Pelt just said. He goes, if that's an ACC time slot game on a Saturday afternoon, it's 100 out of 100 times called. But in that spot, they didn't want to call it.
Yeah.
And I think that is the wrong way to go about it. It is brutal. Now, I think that you can make a case that the way that the whole thing has been called with targeting, it has evolved, but it's still, I think there can be different levels of targeting so that it's not shoving a guy on an inadvertent play, because I don't think that the guy was maliciously targeting. I think it's a part that ball was tipped. But still, by the definition, how it's not is... I mean, again, putting myself as a Missouri fan, if that would have happened in Missouri, I would have been out of my mind. For those of you who are Illinois fans, imagine that happening. And again, if it happens against a blue blood on that stage, like Arizona State is not a blue blood up against the blue blood Texas, and at that moment, and it doesn't get called, would have driven me up the effing wall. Had it happened against Missouri, and that was Missouri against Texas this morning, I'd be here raging. In this case, I don't really care one way or the other. I'm excited to see Texas play against Ohio State. But from the standpoint of feeling like a team was wronged, I feel like Arizona State was wronged.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there on like the degrees of targeting, because it's obviously a very heavy penalty. It's also one of the strangest things in sports where we get inside like a minute and a half, 2 minutes in any sport, and the game suddenly gets called kind of differently than it had been all game. You know, it's like, well, we don't want to make a call that makes the decision of the game. It's like, well, what about in the first quarter? Like that could just as easily swing the game. You know, it's so odd to me because that's just clear targeting.
Yeah, the officials are human. They make mistakes, and sometimes they get caught up in the moment of the game too. And it might have been a case where that happened.
Yeah, the odd one on targeting specifically is they have the time to review it, so it isn't a bang bang call. It's not called. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not called on the field. They then review it. And Kenny Dillingham, you don't see this too often, where the coach is just calmly on the field asking for the explanation and holding up the game. He wasn't like screaming and ranting and raving and making a show of it. He was just so flabbergasted that it was not called. And again, that does not mean Arizona State would have had 1st and 10 at the Texas 37. It doesn't mean that they win the game, but their percentage chance of winning the game increases exponentially. Instead, it's 4th down and they have to punt. And that's a real shame, because that team, I mean, taking out the proved they belong, that's well out of the equation. They won their way in there. They won the Big 12. Hey, they're in. That's not a subjective call on that one. but the manner with which they came back against what I think is without question the best defense of the teams remaining.
They put up 510 yards against Texas.
And they ran 90-plus plays, 90-plus plays against Texas. And they were down, so they were in a spot where they aren't in a position where they can just hand it to Cam Scadaboo. Yeah. They have to throw the football, which was not necessarily one of their strengths. And I know I'm getting super into the weeds, but Arizona State's best wide receiver was out and had been out. He was out going into the game. So that was a hell of a comeback. Now, needs to be said, though, and this is another reason why I really respect Kenny Dillingham. I think sometimes coaches fall on the sword is because they know they have the equity to do so. Kenny Dillingham, I watched all 17 minutes of that postgame with him, Sam Levitt, their quarterback, and Cam Scadaboo. And I think he really felt like he let his team down, specifically because of the way he called the game in the first half offensively, and then secondarily, Texas was a play away from being done. They have a 4th and 8 in overtime, and he sends the zero blitz. So, hey, you don't get to Quinn Ewers. There's going to be a wide open receiver, especially when it's Matt Golden. I mean, he's about as good as it gets. He's right. I mean, you're going to see Jeremiah Smith against Golden. Whew, cats and dogs next week. So to leave that play there, Kenny Dillingham, yes, he did say what he said about the targeting, and I thought that was a pretty political answer considering how egregious the no call was. But he was more reflective on his own failure as a coach because he's like, I used a timeout in the first overtime when we had the ball, and I didn't have a timeout left because had I would have opted out of that. I saw it, and I'm like, I can't have my guys in that spot on 4th and 8. And that left Golden open. That guy being open, that would be like Ohio State having Smith open as they did against Oregon yesterday. Quinn Ewers is going to hit that all day long, and he did. Another thing that I would have loved to have seen from that game, we were one overtime away from the country getting a chance to see the absolute farce that would have been that game getting determined by 2-point conversions. And it was going to go that way. Part of me was wondering if they altered it for the college football playoff. They did not. We would have gotten a chance to see the 2-point conversion contest, which to me would have been unfortunate. However, it would have then meant we would never see it again because the country would be, for those of you who aren't aware of the way that it goes in the third overtime, they don't run plays. They don't run a sequence of plays. They just get the ball and they run 2-point conversions back and forth until somebody gets it and then somebody doesn't get it. And that would have been the way that game would have been decided. And there would have been so much uproar about it, it would have gone away. So in a way, I would have liked to have seen it go down that way because that would have ensured that would have been the end of the 2-point conversion. And we were an overtime away in the third overtime.
Yeah, it would just been Cam Scadaboo like bull rushing up the middle with his offensive line.
I don't know if I want to run the ball against that Tech. So we saw A&M try and do it, Clemson try and do it. But hey, Cam Scadaboo got in when his left guard pulled him into the end zone from the 3-yard line.
Threw him in there.
Well, that was outstanding.
I'm surprised that's legal. I guess it is.
If you're upright, it's the same thing as like a tush-push situation.
Yeah, you can carry your teammate into the end zone.
It's kind of, longest yard style football, prison rules. Get in there, baby. I love that Cam Scadaboo. His thighs are like tree trunks, like him and Saquon Barkley.
It's so legit. God, how great would it have been? I mean, listen, you can't argue with Texas, Ohio State, but what if we would have had Arizona State against Ohio State?
Yeah. I mean, it's dynamic.
I mean, holy crap. Next Friday night, that's what you would have had at the Orange Bowl.
Oh, and that can't be understated. Like, they played a great clip on the broadcast of Kenny Dillingham after they lost to UW, who obviously played for the national championship last year, 15-7 loss. And Kenny Dillingham was like, we're really close to being an awesome football team. I'm not meaning like we go 500. We are going to be one of the top teams in the country. And he said that last year when they were nothing. And so for him to have that confidence, maintain that's awesome, man.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is TMA. Doug, we got a chance to see a Jim Dandy from the St. Louis Blues on New Year's Eve with the Winter Classic in so many different ways. And right when the game was over, I got a text from a Blues broadcaster who wanted a piece of your ass.
Oh.
We'll tell you who.
Okay. My word.
And why. Sounds like I've been smoking unfiltered cigarettes.
Yeah, have you?
I thought for the new year I'd get into it.
New Year's resolution. Start smoking heaters.
I'll tell you what that was coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues are off today, but back in action tomorrow as they take on the Senators. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing in the Hamptons. Bernie Federko is going to join us coming up in the 8 o'clock hour every day here on the program. Blues guest joins us at 8:15. And Chuckles Marlo, formerly of the Two Fox, longtime participant in TMA, is going to join us. He is a huge Ohio State fan. And Doug, would you call him a provocateur of SEC
maybe.
people on Twitter?
Quite possibly.
And then Michelle Smallman is doing her program down the hallway. Usually she's in New York City, but she's doing it down the hallway today, and then she's going to join us coming up for the second half of the program.
Well, that'll be a treat.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. There's your captain's log on today's program. The Blues go up to Chicago, Winter Classic, and they put it on the Blackhawks. They make their presence known in the Wrigley Field friendly confines. Chris Chelios says on TNT, St. Louis fans tend to be, I don't want to say hillbillies. That's what he said.
Is that what he said?
He did.
Hillbillies? I think that's unfair.
So you for the record, you do not think the listening audience are made up of hillbillies?
Not for the most part, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's Doug Vaughn. He is the people's champion.
No, there are a few out there, but for the most part, no.
But the Blues fans and the Blackhawks fans are going back and forth. The Blues, I mean, it was a perfect sequence. Binnington with an absurd save, and they go right back down and score. It was glorious. And they get the win 6-2 over the Blackhawks. And about an hour after the game, I'm just sitting here, and as you know it, I know you're out at the clubs getting bottle service on New Year's Eve.
Right.
But me, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. I'm a family man with a family plan. And I'm sitting around with my wife and my children, and I'm like, let's have more kids, is what I'm saying.
Oh, really? You're going to shoot for some more?
No, let's have more.
Yeah, like 5 or 6 more?
Ideally. I don't want to be with Doug at the clubs. That time was there for me, but it's long since passed. So let's have more. Let's have more children.
Yeah.
And again, family man, family plan, meat and potatoes guy, and my phone's a buzzing. And I open up my phone, and it's Chris Kerber. And he's taking your take out on me.
Oh, no.
And, again, family man, family plan. And at 8:08 p.m., game's long since over. And that is why we're not turning the net over to Hofer. And all I did was send him your contact information.
Okay, I didn't get anything.
You didn't get it?
I told you the take was going to be hot, and it still hasn't cooled down. And this is why we all need to invest in some EDF oven mitts.
Yeah, the EDF group.
Yeah. Binnington played very well. He did. I'm not rooting against him by any means. But
sounds like you're rooting against Chris Kerber.
One of the knocks against Hofer was that he played against the lesser teams. So the Blackhawks are the worst team in the entire league.
What makes you say that?
Their record.
Okay.
So, yeah, he played very well. I hope he continues to play well. I hope he plays better than he has the first half of the season. My point was, I think right now Hofer's playing better.
Take your shirt off.
I'm not going to take my shirt off. Just saying that. Maybe he won't. Maybe that won't be the case over the next month or 2 months or the whole second half of the schedule. For the Blues, where they're concerned, I hope not, because I'm pretty sure Binnington will continue to get the lion's share of the work. I hope he plays better the second half.
So it sounds like you want him to fail.
I don't want him to fail. I want him to do good. I'm a big fan. I'm just a big old fan.
Doug, some people were saying your take was a little asinine. I'm not saying it, but I heard people saying that. I would argue you motivated Jordan Binnington.
There you go. Yeah, that could be. That's a good spin.
You think he had your clip over his locker at the Wrigley Field?
I never said he was bad. I said I think Hofer's playing better than he is right now.
Correct me, Doug.
I'm not going to.
Can you imagine like Benner having like a dartboard with Doug's face on it? But a gorgeous headshot nonetheless. But
let me guess, Doug also wanted to bench Kurt Warner for Mark Bolger. That's from former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Puckett.
No, I didn't.
And you're still 100% right, Doug. How about that? That's from the 618.
Yeah.
St. Louis is full of Destin and lake-loving hillbillies. Come on, we love pork steaks. Chelios gave us the correct label. That's from the hunchback of Vaughn Castle, who's on board with Chris Chelios, saying that we have a bunch of hillbillies around here.
If you like a pork steak, that means you're a hillbilly?
Jackson, you went to Ladue, you would know.
You eat pork
I
steaks?
absolutely love pork steaks.
There you go. So no.
I think it's one of
Does Ladue have hillbillies?
I think they have some folks who are leaning into some hillbilly nature, but it's tough when you have a real safety net. You know, to truly be a hillbilly, you have to
safety net being a trust fund.
Well, some like that. To be a hillbilly, I think you got to live a little bit unencumbered. You know,
I like that. Free as a hillbilly.
Unencumbered hillbillies.
Well, yeah, like it's tough when you got nothing to lose, but. No.
So
generally speaking, no.
A lot of Blues fans, though, are unencumbered hillbillies.
I didn't say that.
Per Jackson Burkett and Chris Chelios.
Well, that's a hot take, too.
No, I didn't say that. No. But, you know, there's that reputation might come. You know what I always see? When people are trying to kind of dunk on St. Louis or, like, you know, some of the stuff here, they like goes, oh, this is pretty good for Missouri. You know, they don't say St. Louis, they say good for Missouri. And I think they're taking out on the good blue-collar people of Missouri who
look
might
at
not
this
be.
Guy, the good blue-collar. Look at Ladue guy.
Who might not be in Kansas City. They might not be in St. Louis. You know, they might be in some of the other towns. And they don't deserve that. They don't deserve that hate from guys like Chelios.
Look at you now, populist.
Whose first name is Chris.
Well, I believe.
What was that? What was that part right there?
I wasn't 100% bothered.
I believe Chicago is the murder capital of America. There's not a whole. Should they be bragging about that? Who they are?
Jackson.
I don't think some individuals define an area, so I wouldn't say that for hillbillies for St. Louis or murderers in Chicago.
Okay.
I think it's defined by the people who go and spend their hardworking money on pro sports teams.
Doug had Cam Jansen on his side. He agreed with the take, even though it was dumb. Cam can be Doug's bodyguard. That's from Sharon in Clayton.
Okay.
When you said this, Cam Jansen was on your side.
Yeah.
I was surprised to hear that. And by the way, not because Cam didn't think it, but Cam calls games, and that's tip my cap to Cam for saying it. You know what I mean? Tip my cap to you for saying it, because you know it's going to be met with some resistance. I mean, and while we're screwing around here, it's not like you're like, I think Binnington's done. You're just like, right now, Joel Hofer's playing better, and it's not like you are a voice in the wilderness in the fan base saying that. But when it comes to somebody who hosts a talk show, especially on the Blues station, and then Cam, who oftentimes is calling games with Chris Kerber, for you guys to say that, I think that lends some credibility to it. But that doesn't mean that Binnington can't turn it around. He sure as hell had a great game against the Blackhawks. And as we talked about when Cam was with us on Tuesday here in studio, going into the series against the Wild that the Blues won, and then eventually the series against the Cup champion Avalanche a couple of years ago, Binnington was the backup to Ville Husso. But then he came in, he got it going. So it's there. But your observation was, in the moment, Joel Hofer needs some more time, because coming off that Buffalo game, you thought that Binnington let in a couple softies.
Yeah, I'm in no way trashing Binnington as a lousy goalie. I mean, wasn't he picked to play for Canada in this Four Nations tournament coming up? So there's people know a lot more about hockey than I do that still think he's one of the best. But from my observation, it just seems, again, like Hofer's playing better right now.
Walk around the zoo on a sunny afternoon. We are the hillbilly mecca. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle. A lot of support for Chris Chelios here this morning. I didn't know that was coming.
I don't know that we're the mecca.
About that.
I think we have our share, but are we the hillbilly mecca? Wouldn't
Chairman,
Arkansas,
you want to tweet that out and see if we can get a Gallup poll going?
Could Arkansas take our measure in that competition?
I, for whatever reason, was blocked from the fan page, and it really pissed me off.
How about Louisiana? I bet they got their share.
So is the question, are we the largest metropolitan city that could be considered the mecca of hillbillies?
Let's get Chelios on. Hold them accountable.
I don't think so, because the St. Louis area proper is not hillbillies, right? It's the outlying areas.
I don't think any of the people who are in the metropolitan area hillbillies.
Okay.
I'm going to try to get on the
distance yourself from the whole
majority
concept.
side here.
All right.
To avoid hell.
Chairman Kurt is to Hofer as Libby Jack is to Bitter. More chairman! That's from Eric in the Central West End, who Jackson acknowledges is attractive, but is not necessarily attracted to.
Right.
I don't know. I think Benner's pretty good.
Yes, he is. He's very good.
Nice. TMA.
That's my guy.
Jackson Burkett.
I don't need a mittens for that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think Benner's pretty good. More where that came from. 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. You're not going to find that anywhere else, Doug.
Yeah, if I'm hitching to a wagon, I'm on the Benner wagon.
I'm going to just have to throw these mittens away. I don't need them anymore.
Yeah, after you get
very
scorched
cool
with that. Doug, people can email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. You're a client. I'm a client. Sweet Mother of Mercy. If your heating system isn't working next week, you'll be an icicle because we've got temperatures projected to be below zero next week, and we got snow and ice coming on Sunday and Monday, brother.
I don't like it, and I'd like it even less if my furnace stopped working, and you're going to be in trouble if yours does too. Maybe there's still time to get it serviced before the really cold air comes, but if that doesn't work for you, you can always call Seth Goldcamp, and his team will be right out there to get you taken care of if something goes wrong with your furnace. Fourth generation St. Louis business. Seth Goldcamp and his family have served more than 10,000 people since 1904. They are the longest-running TMA supporter and advertiser on the show, and for that, we are very grateful. They're best known for their honesty and going above and beyond the call of duty. Here's one way they do it. When they come in, they put on the little booties on their feet. So they're technicians who probably worked on other houses. They want to make sure they don't bring anything into your house, so they put on the little booties. It's that kind of attention to detail that I like, and even more importantly, they know exactly what they're doing. A lot of their technicians have been with Design Air now for 20 years or more. They know what they're doing. They'll get you taken care of, as they've done for me, they've done for Tim. Many of us use Design Air Heating and Cooling because they are simply the best. Their website, easy to navigate with convenience of online scheduling for all of your heating and cooling needs. Choose Design Air Heating and Cooling. You can find them online at designairservice.com.
Coming up on the program, Bernie Federko in the 8 o'clock hour, along with Charlie Marlo, a big Buckeyes fan and friend of the program and provocateur of college football fans on the Twitter tweets. And then in the 9 o'clock hour, Michelle Smallman, who is doing her program on ESPN on Sportsmanlike. She's doing it from down the hallway here at Hubbard Radio in St. Louis. She is going to join us on TMA, plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com at 10:45. Doug, we saw a couple coaches be banty little roosters during the South Carolina-Illinois game.
Right.
And we've got audio that carried over to the Twitter tweets coming your way. Where do you side on the Brett Bielema-Shane Beamer showdown for the Illini's win over the Gamecocks? That is coming your way. This is TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen and also can be viewed at youtube.com/TMASTL. Welcome back. This is The Morning After. It's sponsored by Brown and Crouppen, Doug. 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMASTL. The podcast of this program, and many longtime listeners, podcasts like The Dickens, is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company and the 101 ESPN app and the TMASTL app, brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. You're welcome to call in. Chairman Kurt is manning the phone lines. Callie and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of our text inbox, 314-399-9646. Doug, did you get a chance to watch South Carolina against Illinois?
I did not.
The hell are you doing?
I saw a couple of highlights.
We had two great things going on right at the same time.
Right.
The Blues and Blackhawks.
I watched more of that.
South Carolina and ILL.
Mm-hmm. I actually kind of forgot Illinois was playing.
Oh, my goodness. 618 texts are about to come in, and the heat will be off Jackson.
Dinner lovers and people with 618 area codes are going to be beating down your DMs today, bro.
You made a heel turn for 2025.
I have sinned. Who was that? Was that Jimmy Swaggart?
You had a lot of choices in the 80s. I thought that of the three teams that were getting the most discussion from the SEC, that the one that was most dangerous in the college football playoff, I didn't get the Alabama thing. This is not results-oriented. I said this back in December. I'm just like, Alabama lost 24-3 in their second to last game. I have to Oklahoma, too. I don't get it, but I guess because it's Alabama, we're talking up Alabama. I thought Ole Miss was probably the team with the highest ceiling, but they also had a low floor. And the team that was playing the best was South Carolina. And whereas one of the holiday hobbies is for SEC fans and Big Ten fans to argue over bowl game results on Twitter, which is I know you love doing that. That's one of your favorite things, Doug. Yeah. You say to your family, "I'd love to spend time with you, but I need to take this exhibition game result and then argue with strangers on Twitter over what it means for the conference I support."
That's what we do.
Others don't get a chance to do that, and I feel badly if you don't get a chance to do that. But in the case of South Carolina, in their exhibition game against Illinois, I think South Carolina really did show up to try to win that game, to make the point that they belonged in the playoff, even though I think resume-wise it would have been tough to put them in over two teams that beat them. In the case of Ole Miss, beat the hell out of them, and Alabama beat them a couple of months ago. So for Illinois to beat South Carolina, even though it was in the exhibition class of the bowl games and not one of the college football playoff games, that to me is a hell of a win. They kept Lenora Sellers in check. They kept Lenora Sellers both on the ground and through the air in check. I think that was a game plan by Brett Bielema and his staff, and his players were able to execute it, and it was super impressive. And this would be, if this were Missouri, it would be, oh, you're being a homer. It's fine. I'm just telling you what I saw, because I was super high on South Carolina. And again, I think that was a game where both teams truly were in there to compete. Sellers is a freshman. He's coming back. He didn't have a bunch of opt-outs. He still had some, but not to the level of, say, like Michigan and Alabama, where Michigan actually had more starters opting out than Alabama. This was a hell of a win by Illinois. That was a great win by Illinois, and I think a lot of that was coaching, but you also have to have the players execute it. So that was super impressive. That one stood out to me, along with Arizona State's comeback against Texas to nearly take them to the brink. As far as the games that we've seen that stand out, Alabama, Michigan, that's going to lead to social media, guys using their hands on each other. And that nonsense crap, and I don't even know, whatever, Missouri beat Iowa, so that's big for the SEC, whatever, all that crap that goes on with that stuff in exhibition games where guys don't play, and then we turn that into a representation of what conference is better. Illinois beating South Carolina is a damn good win. That's a damn good win. However, no. It's not what people are talking about. No. Brett Bielema and Shane Beamer. Beamer, I don't think, is real popular in general I think he's nationally in the Eli Drinkwitz category of not necessarily being really well liked, but I think by his particular fan base, they love him, kind of like for Missouri fans with Drinkwitz, but nationally, I don't think he's necessarily held in a lot of high regard. And Shane Beamer was... Doug, he was a banty little rooster on the sideline.
Yeah.
Here is what he said took place.
All my years of being around football, I've never seen an opposing head coach come over to the opposing team's sideline and basically make a gesture towards the opposing head coach. I think his issue was when we threw the throwback kickoff return, which most teams, that's a signal that it's a touchback and we're not going to return the kick. You're allowed to do that as long as you don't do a waving motion. It's no different than on a punt. If the punt returner comes pointing to the ball that's bouncing on the ground, he's allowed to return it. There was no waving of the arms, and I cleared it with the Big 12 officials before the game. I told them we were going to do it, making sure they were good with it. And they said, yeah, just as long as he doesn't wave the arms. So I think he had an issue with that. You have to ask him why he didn't take it up with the officials and why he felt the need to come over here while his player was on the ground and look at me and say something to me and do that motion at me like I was full of you-know-what to do it. That's what I have an issue with. And when I'm a competitive guy, when somebody says that to me, I'm going to respond because I thought that was Bush League, just to be completely honest.
Shane Beamer mad at Brett Bielema. So they asked Brett Bielema what he was doing. Here's what he said.
All right, what did he say?
The only thing that I did was there's a unwritten philosophy in coaching that when you do this as a college kickoff return guy, what you're doing is you're telling everybody else that it's going to be a fair catch and it's going to be dead in the end zone when the ball lands. The reason we do that, and I first got aware of it, was in the NFL, was kickoff and kickoff return is the highest percentage of injury in the sport. So one of the things that coaches began to do was that everybody out of respect started T-barring. I think these guys would tell you everybody does that. I've never seen it any other way. It's not an official. There's nothing illegal. They didn't do anything illegal. But it put us, I think, in a position that we now, the ethic of what that is got evaporated there, though, because our kids stopped. So when you're a kickoff return unit, right, if I'm running at you and the kickoff return back there, the guy blocking me, he doesn't know what's going on, so he's going to begin to engage you. And when you see somebody do that before the whistles are blown, you can stop, decelerate, and you don't have these massive collisions. Listen, I love Shane. He's a good person. I know somebody said that he thought I did it him. I did it their whole damn sideline. I wasn't going personally at him. I did it their whole sideline.
Doug, Shane Beamer had to be held back from charging across the field.
That would have been a fun thing to see.
Face Brett Bielema.
Fakest holdback of all time.
You think that was a fake holdback?
Was he going to go rush and fight Brett Bielema at the 50-yard line? Like start chirping at him like he's Earl Weaver?
Shane Beamer is comparable to my size.
Yeah.
Not a big guy. But Brett Bielema, he's the real Dealma. See what I did?
Well, you really are having a big 2025. You said you were going to, too.
Yeah. People aren't going to forget that banner take.
Illinois had a terrific year for them. It's good to see them back in the national picture.
100%. I think I was playing and beating a really, really good football team. Did you see what our guy at Prod Joe had to say, Tim, following that
I did
exchange?
not. Producer Joe, former TMA producer, who was texting me in the 7 o'clock hour about Georgia being undefeated. This was a couple of years ago. I didn't see it.
Power Mizzou, our guy Gabe, tweeted, Shane Beamer is one of the angriest humans I've ever seen, to which at Prod Joe said, 5'3" will do that to a man.
Oh, is that what he's like
taking a shot at me?
He's pretty short. But he's just he's getting held back. I'm like, okay, come on. Like, you guys are both middle-aged men. You're going to fight. And it's not really a real, I don't think many fighting commissions would sanction that bout.
I think one of the things that we have going on right now with college football coaches in particular is, Doug, what I would call performative toughness, performative cockiness.
Right, they have to be.
And I kind of think Kurt Cignetti was exposed with that, with the way that he kind of tried to manage the clock against Ohio State and Columbus to make it look not as bad, and what he was doing against Notre Dame. Meanwhile, Kenny Dillingham, I don't think that's performative. And I think he backed it up with his actions yesterday, and to his credit, it led to them coming back in the game. So I think Shane Beamer would fall into that category. I think Eli Drinkwitz falls into that category at times as well, of this performative, I got to get my social media clips and do the whole thing. It's an exhibition game before we beat Iowa. Now that we beat Iowa, we'll talk about it being huge in a 10-win season and fighting with guys, random accounts on Twitter.
Hog ball burner or whatever.
Right. So, hey, if that plays the game and leads to recruiting success, God bless America. I guess that's the way that things are. Just like 10 years ago, you had to change up your uniforms to get recruits. And I know you've loved that change. With regard to Illinois, they beat Kansas. They won at Nebraska. They were in that game against Penn State. Penn State might wind up being the national champion. I don't think people are necessarily thinking that right now. I think most people would say they're all over Ohio State, but Penn State's got as good a chance as anybody, just like Texas and whoever wins this afternoon's game between Georgia and Notre Dame. They beat Michigan, which I think looks a hell of a lot better now, in particular because of Michigan's win at Ohio State. But I'm sure some people put them up in a different stratosphere now after they beat Alabama. Personally, I don't take the non-CFP bowl games as seriously as others. But again, I want to emphasize, I think South Carolina was there to win that game. That was a different situation than most of these other bowl games, so that's a great win. They got blown off the field by Oregon, but that doesn't mean that the season's a disaster when you're going up against an undefeated, previously, Oregon team in Eugene. The one that I think they'd really like to have back, and is their confusing loss of the year, is the loss at home against Minnesota. They lost 25-17 to Minnesota, beat Michigan State, had a hell of a comeback win against Rutgers. Greg Schiano with his gift on that timeout, and won at Northwestern to wrap it up. And then in the bowl game, beating South Carolina. That's a damn good season at 10-3.
They barely got past Purdue, and everybody else was just beating the tar out of the.
That was right up there with Notre Dame's loss to Northern Illinois as one of the more confusing outcomes of a game this year.
Well, hell, they's on scholarship, too.
Barely. At Purdue. Barely.
Barely on scholarship?
Barely. Barry Odom will restore the roar to the Mike Alstott era.
I don't know if he will.
It is 8:05 in St. Louis. 100 West Dental and Dr. Brandon Pryor, loyal sponsor of TMA, online at 100westdental.com. Here is something that you can make sure that you do for the new year. Get in to see Dr. Brandon Pryor and his staff at 100 West Dental and get your teeth taken care of. Because contrary to what I think a lot of people think, and maybe it's because of the way that insurance is broken up, you have medical insurance and dental insurance, that you think that they're not intertwined to your health. Well, they are. And bad dental health can lead to the rest of your body having health issues. Don't allow it to happen. Just get checked up. Go to 100westdental.com. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance. That's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. And they have a huge offer for the TMA listeners that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you the simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. Go to 100westdental.com, mention my name, get $1,000 off an Invisalign package at 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Bernie Federko, Charlie Marlo coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Michelle Smallman in studio with us. She's doing her show for ESPN down the hallway this week. She's going to come and join us in the 9 o'clock hour. This is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing in the Hamptons this week. Bernie Federko is going to join us in this hour, along with Charlie Marlo, longtime participant here on TMA and Fox 2 KTVI sports anchor. Doug, now he's got this huge thing going with this auto racing show with Kenny Wallace.
He's a gearhead.
He is. One of the best things I saw from the Winter Classic, Wayne Gretzky talking about Kelly Chase. I got a chance to talk to Chaser on Tuesday, and, he had a bone marrow transplant. He was with us on Christmas Eve, and was just sitting there telling stories from his hospital room. Had the bone marrow transplant 4 days before Christmas Eve, 4 or 5 days before Christmas Eve. And it's taken. And I had a chance to talk with him off air on New Year's Eve, and he sounded great. He was back into telling stories mode. And a few hours later, he's in his room while his wife and his 3 boys are up at Wrigley Field watching the game. And Wayne Gretzky, who visited Chaser in his hospital room on Christmas Eve, gives him this shout out on the Winter Classic broadcast.
And Gretz, let's talk about, Cam Fowler gets the Budweiser, then they upgrade. He's getting some champagne. He's getting ready to party. It's New Year's Eve. But the shoulder pads.
Yeah, the shoulder pads. Well, we were all fortunate enough to be here the other night, and we had a wonderful time raising money for people that are battling some, form of problems. And Kelly Chase, our good friend, is battling cancer, and we were all there and had a great time. And John Hamm was there, and Charlie and I, and Denny Savard. But the shoulder pads were the shoulder pads that Kelly Chase wore when he was a player, and it's a meaning of, work hard, play hard, and be a Blue. And so there was probably nobody that loved being a St. Louis Blue more than Kelly. I was playing one of my first games in St. Louis, and all of a sudden, Kelly Chase and Tony Twist, 2 of the toughest guys that ever played the game, dropped their gloves, and they're about to fight. And I turned to Holly and I go, "What are those 2 guys doing? I thought you told me they're best friends." And he goes, "They are." And I go, "Well, what fun is that?" He goes, "For them, this is fun." And there wasn't 2 tougher guys who ever played in the league. So we know Kelly's in for a battle, and we know he's going to do very well.
John Hamm was wearing a Kelly Chase jersey.
I saw that, and a really old hat.
Yes, he's got that.
It looked like he'd been run over by a beer truck. It was literally, and they made fun of him over it.
He's one of the best ambassadors for St. Louis, not just Blues hockey, but just St. Louis in general. Him and Andy Cohen, I think, might be 1 and 2. Joe Buck way up there, too, in terms of just being great.
Are you doing your Mount Rushmore of St. Louis ambassadors?
Oh, no.
This is Jackson's Mount Rushmore of St. Louis ambassadors as he responds to Chris Chelios calling St. Louisans hillbillies.
Okay.
Hamm, Andy Cohen, Joe Buck.
Nikki Glazer, is she up there?
She'd
Golden
be up
Globes
there.
coming up on Sunday, Doug.
Yeah, I think come this
It's going to be
time.
a tribute to Ricky Gervais, I have a feeling.
I think this time next week, it might be Nikki Glazer. It really might be.
She's on the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Friend of the program, Nikki Glazer?
Yeah, I'd say
She walked into
Jason
the studio
Tatum.
after we drug her out of the hallway.
Tatum would be up there. He's always putting on.
Yeah, probably him. Probably him.
But like Andy Cohen has the
Nelly.
Nelly's up there. But like Andy Cohen has the St. Louis skyline in the back of his, huge TV show. That's pretty good. I'd say.
When you're looking for your updates on the Real Housewives.
I like watching their New Year's Eve thing. That's always a good time. He was rocking out at the Grateful Dead show at the Sphere. You see that video? It's pretty unbelievable.
Doug, did you see Andy Cohen?
Doggone it, I missed it. Wasn't going to this year. I promised myself I wouldn't miss it.
Andy Cohen fans not going to be mad at you? Oh, boy.
Okay.
Tough start for the year for Doug, and I hate that for you.
Oh, gosh, I'm loaded for bear.
Doug's conscious heel turn for 2025. Bernie Federko with us here coming up in a matter of moments. Charlie Marlo at 8:35. Doug, can you tell us about Munganast, our longtime sponsor here on TMA?
I can. It's a place where you need to take your car. Once you get to know the Munganast people, you're going to say, hey, I got a car guy. I know right where I'm going now if ever I have a problem with one of my automobiles. And they have 2 dealerships. They have Munganast St. Louis Acura, and they have Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Either one, fantastic place to go, whether it's to find a new or used car or to have your car serviced. Everybody needs their car serviced at one point. You don't have to buy your car there to get it serviced there. And they also have provided us a number that gets you straight to the muckety mucks. And that number is as follows, 314-252-0029. They want to make sure that listeners to this show have accessibility to the people that run the operation. That's Jamie Burkhart and Peter Munganesk and Ryan Seiberg in the service department. They will take outstanding care of you, as they've done for me. You go there, you drop off your car. Maybe it's just an oil change or something won't take long. You can go have yourself a Snick Snack. Or if you get there before the car's ready, again, Snick Snacks aplenty there. They've got big screen TV. They got drinks that provide you. It's just a fantastic place all the way around. Just a really great dealership, and you're going to feel like you're friends with the people that have been there because it's, they just want to make sure that you're happy. That's the big thing. They want to make sure that you are thrilled every time you visit St. Louis Acura or Munganesk Burkhart Alton Toyota. The website is stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
Bernie Federko joining us next, talking about the Winter Classics. Probably going to hold Doug accountable for his Jordan Binnington take. Charlie Marlo talking college football as Ohio State Buckeyes win. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Fisher Window and Door Story, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. The show is sponsored by Brown and Crouppen. We're on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTL with the Air Alliance team cameras. This is TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you. This is 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. You are welcome to participate in the show, watch the show, YouTube chat. Air Alliance team sponsor the cameras here, youtube.com/TMASTL. And it's our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines, the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Bernie, good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning and Happy New Year to you too, Tim.
Thank you so much. I can't wait to get your perspective on what we saw in the Winter Classic. Take your pick of Cam Fowler in the historical 1,000th game with it being an outdoor game, Jordan Binnington's performance, the Blues' overall performance. What stood out to you most from the Winter Classic?
Well, I was there, Tim, and it was just it's spectacular. I mean, the Winter Classics are always special, and to be there, and especially at Wrigley Field, and the way the Blues played, I mean, they really basically dominated the game. They needed Binnington in the second period. He played very well, and yeah, it was just, I mean, Fowler, I mean, as you just said, 1,000th game, you score a couple of goals, almost unheard of. So I think it was so highly looked at, this game, and I think it really, for the Blues side of it anyway, they really performed great.
I suppose an event like that, you have to be careful not to get caught up in the event itself and not forget that it's a very important game for the Blues. They just got to beat teams like that the rest of the way here to have a chance, don't they?
They have to, Doug. I mean, I think that was really the start of things where I think they let one go. They played very well against Buffalo. I mean, they lost that game, but I think for the most part they outplayed Buffalo. They just didn't get the goals to go in when they needed it. But I think they're in a situation now. Yeah, it's the new year. They need to start putting some wins together if they're going to get back in this playoff race. And let's not forget, back in 2019, they were kind of in the same situation, and everything went really well that year in the second half, and they seemed to put things together and, of course, win the Stanley Cup. Now, whether or not this team can do that, we're not looking for that. Maybe you always hope for that, but they know that there's teams right now in the next couple of weeks, teams like Columbus, like Chicago, the Ottawa. You've got a lot of teams that are kind of where you are at, and you've got to beat them if you're going to crawl up in the standings. These are the games you got to win.
With regard to the performance specifically and what we can take from that, as they do get Ottawa on Friday and then Columbus on Saturday, Bernie, Cam Fowler and that acquisition and what he has done. Now, number one, they just wanted to reduce the minutes in particular for Suter and all he was logging. But now you're getting some real performance benefits as well, and not just a guy taking up some minutes, and what that's meant for the Blues defensemen. What are you seeing there since that acquisition from the Ducks?
It was really important to get somebody else to come in. I mean, with Nick Leddy being out, I think Doug Armstrong realized that the defense needed another veteran player, another guy that could really put a bunch of minutes in and that was really capable of doing it because of experience. And Cam Fowler is a perfect fit. I mean, I'm really surprised that Anaheim let him go, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not that he's over the hill or that old. I mean, yes, he's played 1,000 games now, but I think from watching his performance, he still skates well. He still obviously knows the game very well, and he knows how to provide offense because he's kind of been in that situation in Anaheim his entire career. So for him to come in now, and especially now when you look at him, I mean, Suter was a perfect acquisition too. Didn't cost much for them to bring him in from Dallas, and of course then you've got Federko playing so well. I mean, Falk. A lot of experience as well, so they've got a defense that is really very experienced. And you add Broberg to the mix, and here's the up and coming defense that's going to be really good. So I mean, I like the defense the way they are right now. I like the way they're playing, and if the forwards can continue to produce the way they have over the course of the last few games, this team should be really coming together well.
Would you expect them to make any more moves? I know it's a fine line between rebuilding for the future and trying to stay competitive this year and get in a playoff spot. Would you expect them to be active here in the coming weeks?
I think you always have to look at salary cap of where they're at in that situation. I think Doug has always said that if he can make the team better with acquisitions or with trades, that he'll do it. Now, we just keep looking and waiting and wondering how this team is, what the identity of this team is going to be. Now, if they start scoring goals and they start performing on a consistent basis, I don't think we'll see any moves. But if they don't, and if he feels that there's a piece available that he can add to make this team better. I think Doug's never afraid to do that, but I think it's just kind of a wait and see. I mean, the goaltending is so good on this team. The goaltending gives them a chance to win each and every night. So if they can get a roll going and get some confidence going, who knows if there's going to be any more moves, or they could just maybe get on a really good run themselves.
Speaking of goaltending, Bernie, Doug said on Monday that he would like to see Joel Hofer get some more starts. That was met with Doug catching some hell from not only listeners, but Chris Kerber was not happy with Doug, joking around, to be crystal clear. And then we see Bennington perform like he played at Wrigley Field. But you just were making reference to the strength of the goaltending. I mean, you don't just have one; you have two guys who you can feel good about. What have you thought of the performances of both Bennington and Hofer?
They've both been really good. I mean, they both give the Blues a chance to win each and every game. I mean, I think if you go back early in the year, I think Joel Hofer was kind of suspect with a couple of games that he played. Let a couple of questionable goals in, but I think the last 5 or 6 starts that he's had has been really good. And I mean, you have to have your back. If you can't have one goaltender, if your backup can't win games, I mean, if he can play well, fine, but he's got to be able to win games too for you, and that's what Joel's been able to do. And of course, I could never say enough about Bennington. I mean, he's had a couple of questionable goals over the course of the last 3 or 4 games that he let in. I mean, I can only name 2 goals that I can honestly say. One in Tampa that he probably shouldn't have let in, and then one in against Buffalo, the 4th goal against Buffalo. That's kind of the only 2 off the top of my head that I can remember all year that he's let in that he maybe should have made a save on. But sometimes there's going to be shots that you don't expect. And I think the one in Tampa, he wasn't expecting it. It was a hell of a shot. It went up in the top corner. But I think that he's been outstanding. He was great. I mean, I was ringside there in Chicago, and he made, in the second period especially, I mean, the one off Hall and off of Bedard, he made some really great timely saves. And I think that's really important for goaltending, is that you make the big save when you need to make the big save, and he seems to do that. But I can't say enough about the goaltending, and both of them, yes, you need to, and both are going to continue to play. Hofer's probably going to get more starts now in this second half because they need to rest Bennington a little bit. I mean, of course, and they've got that Four Nations tournament where Bennington's going to be in playing, so he's going to probably maybe get a little bit of a rest after that, coming back with late February. So maybe Hofer will play some more games there because maybe Bennington needs a rest. But certainly the goaltending on this team really gives the Blues a really big chance of winning each game.
Probably the least of their problems, wouldn't you think?
I would say yes.
Oh, I can't hear him anymore. Did we lose Bernie?
Yeah. Oh. No. You can hear me?
Now I do, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, that's the least of the problems. There is no problems with the goaltending. The goaltending has been actually very, very solid, and it's always, you got to have less quality chances. I mean, I think the Blues still do give up way too many quality chances. I mean, you go back to the game against Buffalo last week, they gave up a couple of breakaways. You can't give up these odd man rushes. The same thing happened in Chicago. These are things that you got to stop from happening. You got to avoid these odd man rushes more and more from each game.
Blues and Senators Friday night, back-to-back games, and they travel to Columbus. An opportunity here for the Blues after a very difficult December schedule, a lot of road games. Now an opportunity to try to capitalize on some of the teams that have struggled here in the 2024-2025 season. Bernie Federko with us every Thursday on TMA, joining us on 101 ESPN. Bernie, always appreciate the time. Thanks so much.
Thanks, fellas. You have a great day.
You too. That's Bernie Federko with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. We go back to the college football playoff discussion. Charlie Marlo, friend of the program, big Ohio State fan, going to join us coming up. Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of TMA, and we are grateful for their support. Brown & Crouppen at 314-222-2222 or online at brownandcrouppen.com. Always great to have Ed Herman, Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen join us in studio. They are local. They are founded in 1979. They are celebrating their 45th 5th anniversary in St. Louis. Don't you want a local law firm if you're going to need the services of Brown and Crouppen, one who knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's what Brown and Crouppen does, and that's how they separate themselves from the rest. They are online at brownandcrouppen.com, and you can give them a call at 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you. Martin Kilcoyne on vacation. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. This is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets took off last night, defeating the Mavericks 110-99. Alperen Şengün was 23 points. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Jackson's on the ones and twos. Charlie Marlo, Doug, here on 101 ESPN, is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Would you say he's a Twitter provocateur of SEC fans?
I would say so. Yeah, he likes to stir it up.
Well, he's going to get the SEC next week when Ohio State goes up against the Longhorns. Morning, Chuckles.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy New Year. And can I just say real quick, I was listening to Jackson do the update. Great update. Alperen Şengün?
Yeah.
Who's this guy?
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
I've never heard of this guy.
Well, you've been living under a rock, clearly, Charlie. This guy's a ball player. Real crafty big man.
Jackson SportsCenter updates, Charlie, are the source of a great deal of consternation from the 101 ESPN audience.
Alperen Şengün. I couldn't even believe that was a real person.
Yeah, Turkish guy, plays for the Rockets. He's a bucket.
All right.
Crafty as all
good
get
morning.
Charlie, I enjoy you getting after the SEC folk on the Twitter tweets, and you acknowledged that while you wanted to see Arizona State beat SEC's Texas, all hell was breaking loose at the end of that game. You were fearful that one great game meant that your Ohio State Buckeyes would be involved in a bit of a snoozer because we couldn't get back-to-back great games, and you turned out to be prophetic. Not much of a thrill for you. But as an Ohio State fan, were you able to enjoy the festivities?
Oh, yeah. Again, I'm looking for good games, but you have to be happy with the outcome. And I just feel like if you watch the last couple games, and really this was Ohio State all year, if they start fast like that, I think it's really hard to beat them when they get confidence going offensively. The defense has always been there, but and I hate to always go back to the Michigan game, but there was a tightness in that game that it built as the game went on and it stayed close. You could tell just the tension and the tightness and not kind of playing free and easy. And the last couple games, just getting such huge leads out the gate. And I think last night, Chris Fowler, I don't remember the exact quote, but he said something about Ohio State when they play with aggressiveness and freedom. And to me, the word freedom jumped out. If they can just play their game on offense this season, I don't know who can beat them, because I don't think the SEC has the Georgias and the Alabamas of a couple years ago. So just watching all the games right now, I don't see a team as talented as Ohio State. But Georgia will always scare them. And that's because of the past. It's because of Kirby Smart. I have all the respect in the world for Georgia. Like, I will never overlook Georgia. Texas, though, just watching them the last 2-3 weeks, I don't think Texas is that great, personally.
Hot take. It's a hot take.
Is that up there with you saying Jordan Binnington should be placed on waivers?
I never said that.
Media in this town soft.
Well, that is true. The media is soft. Charlie, Ohio State really only played, I guess, 3 or 4 close games all year. They just steamrolled everybody. You think that Michigan loss right there at the end might have lit a little extra fire underneath them?
Oh, 100%. And that kind of happened 2 years ago. I talked about this last time I was on, but they had a similar game versus Michigan where, you know, Michigan was better a couple years ago, but Ohio State just didn't play well. And I think that's where I know Ohio State fans are getting a lot of crap and people are talking about the Kirk Herbstreit comments, but it wasn't just the loss to Michigan. It was how they played. But I do think, look, the Big Ten looks pretty good right now, and Ohio State did beat Penn State, which looks pretty good, and they beat Indiana, and they played Oregon really tough on the road early. I know they had a close game versus Nebraska, but I think their schedule was pretty decent. I really can't explain. I can't explain the Michigan game, which in a way, and I think other people are starting to realize this. I think because, look, we don't watch all these games from every other team, but everybody watches the playoff game. And I think if you watch Ohio State on offense versus Tennessee and last night versus Oregon, it makes you even think more so, what the hell were they doing versus Michigan. It just didn't make any sense.
And specifically, they just were, for whatever reason, running the ball and not using the weapons they have at wide receiver. That's what was, when I was watching the game, that stood out to me.
And that it was just alarming. Just didn't make sense, and that's why people were scratching their heads so much. And another thing is, and maybe I'm in the minority on this, I don't think Ohio State's standards for Ryan Day are that crazy. If you really think about it, look, I hope they win the national championship, and I hope he stays forever, and nobody talks about this anymore. But he hadn't won a big game in essentially 4 years, if you really think about it. From 21, 22, 23 until they beat Tennessee, it had basically been 4 seasons since he won a big game. They hadn't beat Michigan. They hadn't won a Big Ten championship. They hadn't won a college football playoff game. And like it or not, those are the standards at Ohio State, especially in all 6 of his seasons. He's had top 5. We're talking top 5 AP preseason rankings and just ridiculous NFL talent. So I know people will look at the overall record and say, well, what are you talking about? How can you question Ryan Day? It really had been 4 years since they won a game of consequence.
Looking back on it, would you now wish you had gone to Ohio State instead of Bradley?
Question. That's a great question.
Thank
My
you,
answer,
Doug.
Yeah, thank you. Good job, Doug. I tried to play baseball going out of, so that was kind of my number one reason I went to Bradley, but I was able to walk on there. I kind of didn't want to go to Ohio State because everybody I knew went to Ohio State, right? Tons of my family members went to Ohio State. We would go party at Ohio State as high school kids down there when you had friends, brothers, and sisters that went there. So I will say this. I wish I went to a school that had a football team because I do kind of miss when people are really into their football team. And don't get me wrong, I'm an Ohio State fan, but obviously I didn't go there. But people that they go to the bowl games and every Saturday, like it's their team. That's why when I went and lived in Lansing, in a weird way, because it was 2 years pretty much just right after college, I almost kind of felt like a Michigan State grad for a while. Just because when you're there, you're so immersed. You go to the bars, like everybody's about the basketball team. Everybody's about the football team. And that's really fun. So I will say probably to my kids down the road, if it's a tiebreaker, now you should go to school for academics, but if it's a tiebreaker, I do think having those football Saturdays and being able to follow your team in the NCAA tournament is fun for the rest of your life if your team is good.
Sorry, time is out.
But academics was everything for you, and that's why you pursued journalism.
Sure.
Doug, I don't conform.
Well, hey, look. Hey, I had a nice little scholarship at the Bradley University. So
nice.
By the way, the only reason I went to Bradley is because I did not get in to North Carolina. I wanted to go to North Carolina and just I would have went there and not played baseball, and that was kind of my dream school. And Doug, I got waitlisted, and then they denied me.
What was going on? What kind of do you recall your high school GPA and your ACT or SAT scores so we can kind of do a little game film breakdown here with your academic career?
For sure. First of all, so this was 2000. I graduated high school. So I believe back then, somebody can check now. I don't know if the standards have changed. I believe North Carolina would get about 10,000 out-of-state applicants each year, and they would admit 600. I believe it was 6% out-of-state admission. I had like a 4.15 GPA. I think my ACT was 28. I think I got a 1290 on SAT. So look, it wasn't bad. I was waitlisted, but then they denied me, and I kind of just always thought I'd get in there, right? So Bradley was kind of the fallback.
Quite a live read for Bradley, but those are some good academic credentials to get waitlisted by the Tar Heels, especially since we know they don't necessarily require people going to class. They would make up classes, as a matter of fact. Doug, that's a bad beat. Mm-hmm. Were you on tilt when you didn't get in?
So, but it does seem like the athletes didn't have to go to class, right? It sure seemed like some of those fake classes were for the athletes.
When was the last time you heard it?
I wasn't a good athlete and wouldn't have played there. I think they actually looked at me and said, this kid. But also, like, you have to have, you know how colleges are. You have to have a kid from every state. you want to have a kid from every country so you can say, hey, North Carolina had kids from every 50 state and 87 countries. So I'm going to blame it on that.
Guys, they won't.
Isn't it amazing that nobody is ever on academic probation anymore in college sports? When's the last time you heard, well, he can't play, he didn't make the grades?
You know what's funny? My wife and I were laughing about that yesterday because we always laugh about the quote from Cardale Jones. And my wife, Jess, she's not a big sports fan, but like she'll watch these big games with me, but she's not really watching. But we were saying something about academics with college athletics, and she brought up that famous Cardale Jones quote. She goes, what was that quote that guy said? And I said, we ain't here to play school. And that's like the greatest quote ever from Cardale Jones from 12th grade. And then I looked up the tweet, and he said something. People can look this up. It was something like, why do we have to go to class when we're here to play football? We ain't here to play school. Classes are pointless, or something like that. And I just thought that was only 10 years ago. And nobody really cared then, but now nobody really cares at all. Would you care at all if these kids didn't go to class? They're all making millions of dollars. Like, it just doesn't matter. And by the way, they should all get their degrees, and it's their fault if they don't take it seriously. But for anyone to think, like, we really care if these guys go to class in big-time college football, it's a professional sport now.
Yeah, I mean, we used to hear about guys being academically ineligible, and I haven't heard about that in forever.
Doesn't happen.
I know you have your podcast to do coming up at 9:30. Charlie's got this thing, and he's killing it. Where can the people find it, Chuckles?
Okay, so this particular recording we're doing is for Kenny Wallace. So Kenny Wallace is all the NASCAR stuff. We just had a great year. Fantastic year, and that's Kenny Wallace on YouTube. On podcast, which is called Kenny Wallace Media. Some of my stuff's on there too, talking Cardinals and usually college football. But then our big podcasts with Kenny are now on Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s Dirty Mo Media podcast platform. So there's a weekly podcast called Hernan Schrader with Kenny Wallace and Ken Schrader, and then there's another weekly podcast called Kenny Conversations, which are just a weekly big-time interview with a NASCAR driver or personality.
Look at this guy, Doug. He's got his own empire, and he's working with Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Kenny Wallace. And we actually have a rare auto racing thought here on the program. Hey, Charlie, no text. Work on that babysitter game. Doug, I don't know what that means. Work on that babysitter game. Idea. And secondarily, who you like in next month's 500? Anybody but a Penske, eh? Christopher Bell is a dreamboat, and Matt Kenseth can have my wife. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. He offers his wife to me, Michael Wellington, and now Matt Kenseth.
Yes, I knew it was from him. So he actually, no one cares about this, but I called him day of Saturday. We had a babysitter. I said, hey, any chance you can get us a table at Olive and Oak? This was like 2 hours out. Of course he does. He always comes through. But then our babysitter had like a car issue, so I had to cancel.
Oh, no.
So that's what that's about. Daytona 500. I'm a Denny Hamlin guy. I want Denny Hamlin to win a championship. He's great for the sport. He's suing NASCAR right now. It's a great story, him and Michael Jordan, if you're following that. So I'm going to go with Denny Hamlin. And I think he's won the Daytona 500 3 times already.
Doug, there it is. Put your Denny Hamlin wager in.
I guess I should. I'm not sure where to do it, but I'll get it done.
Charlie's
Denny Hamlin, Doug.
Okay.
Hey, Chuckles, who you got this afternoon with Georgia Notre Dame? The number is Notre Dame -1 right now.
Okay, so I think you'll appreciate this as a gambler, Tim.
Yeah.
My gut would say Georgia's going to win this game by 10, but the fact that the number is so low makes me actually want to bet Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know this is more about the past, and I shouldn't think like this, but I just can't remember Notre Dame ever showing up for a big game in my lifetime. And I hate to say that, but it's true. And I will always give Georgia the benefit of the doubt. So until Notre Dame proves it on the field, I just can't buy it.
Well, in the college football playoff, if anything, Notre Dame has not only lost, but they've been blown off the field every single time that they've been in this thing. And the one that gets talked about more often than anything is when they played Derrick Henry when he was a freshman and just ran all over him in the championship game. I mean, hey, you know, I have family members who live and die by Notre Dame football, and I think that is an absolutely fair observation. I think that this team is different. The variable on this game this afternoon is Gunnar Stockton. He might make Georgia better than they were with Carson Beck. But the reality is he still has only played a half of, real football against a real opponent this year. So I'm intrigued by seeing it. And yes, I'm sure a lot of people are surprised to see that Notre Dame is the favorite. Your Buckeyes, by the way, are up to, it started at 4.5 over Texas. It's up to 6. Ohio State -6 against Texas. I could see that number climbing more before kickoff.
Yeah, and again, I'm not saying what I said earlier. I'm not saying that Texas is bad. And I know I focus too much on quarterback play, but Quinn Ewers, when I just watched him, I was watching him in the SEC championship game. I don't know. I'm just not 100% sold on that guy.
I'm with you, Chuck.
Again,
Jackson's with you.
Yeah, yesterday.
Those Ducks.
The play that he had to make, I can't remember what it was. Was it 4th and 13? They scored the touchdown. I mean, that's a ballsy play, obviously. But just watching Texas like the last 3 times they played, I didn't think they were on the same level as Ohio State or even Oregon. So who knows? But again, if Ohio State plays the way they did the last 2 games, I don't think it's going to matter. We'll see. Maybe Georgia, if Georgia gets through, maybe their line play can match up with Ohio State. I don't know, but I think it's going to be tough to beat the Buckeyes if they play the way they did the last 2 games.
Ohio State on an absolute heater ever since the debacle against the Michigan Wolverines. Chuckles Marlo, big Ohio State fan, SEC fan, provocateur on the Twitter tweets. So I'm sure you'll be active this afternoon. Charlie Marlo with us here on TMA. Chuckles, always great to talk it over with you. Thank you so much, sir.
You too, fellas. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, brother.
Thanks,
there he is.
Chuck.
That's Charlie Marlo, friend of the program, auto racing connoisseur. Auto racing podcast magnate?
Guy? Oh, magnate.
You like that?
He's a magnate.
You like that?
Well, I don't mind it.
Okay.
If you can run the football and if you can stop the run, you have a good chance of getting the W.
See? How about that? How about that?
That's just really nice analysis.
Email into the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Charlie taking it out on North Carolina for waitlisting him. Boy, God, if I had a 4, what did he say he had? A 4.15?
Yeah, what's up with that?
I have some acceptance rate numbers.
What do we got?
As of 2022, University of North Carolina has a 17% acceptance rate. For reference, University of Missouri has a 79% acceptance rate.
What are you trying to say about where we went to school, Jackson?
We're more inclusive.
Yep.
Yeah,
nice, Doug. Nice.
We're trying to build more of a community, whereas North Carolina wants to keep people out.
I bet it's like a 0.5%, though, to get into the journalism school.
Oh, yeah.
Lower.
Good luck with that.
Lower.
Good luck.
Yeah, if you can't bring the takes, then hit the bricks.
Right. There's a class where they teach you to give takes. Pay no attention to the facts, just yell. Ladies and gentlemen, this is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. Michelle Smallman's doing her show. Doug, it's a national show.
Yes, I know.
And she's ILL, so she's probably all fired up.
Oh, she is? Okay.
And she's going to join us coming down the hallway at some point in the 9 o'clock hour when she wraps up her show that she is doing from Hubbard Radio on ESPN National. Looking forward to talking it over with Michelle. We also have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming your way. Patty Maroon talked it over. The Winter Classic. And then he took a little shot, too. Not like the Chris Chelios calling St. Louis's Hillbillies shot.
Yeah.
No. Pat Maroon wouldn't do that.
No.
But we'll have that for you. That's coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA. 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is on vacation. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt fielding your phone calls via the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. The studio cameras brought to you by the Air Alliance team, and you can watch us and talk it over in the YouTube chat. Droid Effects said, I served my time out. Good morning. Jackson, what, you suspend him or something?
I didn't. Maybe Doug did.
Doug, did you suspend Droid Effects?
I'm checking the Illinois Recovery Center.com suspension log. You'll know is the answer to that. I have not. I'm willing to.
You say that John Scores says the best moment on this show of 2024 was Michael Wellington taking down Mr. Licks. John Scores is in there. You can chat with the fine people. 262 people are in there right now talking it over. YouTube.com/TMASTL. In this Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, we were joined by Bernie Federko and Charlie Marlo talking college football with Chuckles Marlo in the Winter Classic with Bernie Federko. Blues and Senators back at it tomorrow night. You'll get a chance to hear the pregame at 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN. Puck drop 7 p.m. Friend of the program, Patty Maroon, was talking it over at the Winter Classic, and he didn't hesitate to bust some balls on Biz Nasty. Doug, take a listen if you would.
Okay, I'd love to.
I mean, Wrigley Field is absolutely beautiful, and there's so much history here in Wrigley Field, and just the Chicago city as itself. So skating around here, seeing the fans, chanting their names, it's pretty special.
Patty, it's Biz. You need some oxygen down there? You tired from walking those steps or what?
Biz, you should probably be an e-bug the way you sat on the bench.
Okay, here we go. Here we go, buddy. I used your twig yesterday to go against Bedard, so I'd imagine I sprinkled a little luck in that bad boy. You think you got one in you tonight?
Honestly, I might have one tonight. I might have two tonight, Biz.
All right.
All right. Let me tell you something. Here's a projection for you, Doug. Do with it what you want. You know I'm about futures at the Tam Avenue Capital Partners?
All about that.
Thank you. Biz Nasty and Patty Maroon, the next Charles Barkley and Shaquille O'Neal. Biz Nasty and Patty Maroon, the next NBA on TNT and wherever it might roam next year.
ESPN or something.
Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet, and Ernie Johnson. That would be a great thing for the league. Patty Maroon, I'm telling you, man. We had him on, I think it was the 5th anniversary of his goal against the Stars, and Ben Bishop had him on the show. And I'm like, man, you are going to kill it in broadcasting whenever you're done.
Yeah.
Because he's a ball buster, but he's fine with getting his balls busted, just like you heard there from Biz Nasty. It's a great thing for the game if you have those kind of personalities emerge. And there's my projection, Doug. So buy up that stock if you would.
Okay. That'd be a fun team. I don't know that they will ever have the national brand recognition as Shaq and Barkley.
Wow, you've been groomed for the NBA by Jackson. Jackson, your work here is done.
Well done, Doug.
Those two guys are
two of the greatest players
virtually
of all
known
time,
by everyone in the country, I think. By this
you don't
point.
think everybody knows about Patty Maroon, the pride of Oakville?
Not to the same level as Shaq and Barkley.
Going after Bennington at the 7 o'clock
I'm not going
hour
after anybody. I'm saying, yes, it'll be a fantastic hockey show. But to reach that level on a national scale, I'm not sure who could do that.
I mean, you heard Cam Jansen say he thinks Biz Nasty is the most famous hockey player outside of Gretzky in the world, and I don't think he's wrong.
Really?
In terms of, you ask random people on the street, 100 people on the street, do you know who Paul Bissonnette Biz Nasty is? Probably more likely than most other hockey players. Connor McDavid, maybe, Sidney Crosby. But Biz is all over the place, Barstool is a big brand.
Yeah.
I think and I think that both Chuck and Shaq, clearly great players just like Maroon and Biz, but we're not afraid to mix it up with a guy if they started talking sideways. And I think that element of it is important when you talk about funny, kind of humorous sports coverage.
Well, it'd be great for the NHL for sure
Yeah.
if they had a couple guys that could carry a lot of the marketing that way.
I mean, it's already gotten some traction with what they've done on TNT. But I'm telling you, I think Patty Maroon, if he wants to do it, and I think he would, if he wants to do it, I think that would be an outstanding combination of two guys going back and forth like you have with the NBA on TNT. And that's a great thing for the game if you can have that. I mean, I've always thought that, for example, the show that has become the signature show for the NFL, which is the NFL on Fox with Terry Bradshaw, without Bradshaw, I don't think that show goes where it goes, because he was a guy who was comfortable getting his balls busted.
Yeah.
And also firing shots back. But you need to have that guy who's recognizable, won championships, and also has that likability of busting balls and then also getting his balls busted too. And I think that's what you got there with the combination of Maroon's success dating back to the Cup run with the Blues and then his success with Tampa. And I don't think there'll be a cup in his future in Chicago, Doug. I think the Blackhawks are on the verge of being mathematically eliminated from the postseason.
Yeah, they stink
already. But, hey, man, with the run that he was a part of and also his personality, there it is. Buy up the futures if you want.
Okay.
Buy him now.
All right.
That Patty Maroon's low priced right now. He ain't going to be in 5 years, Jackie Papers.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. We're in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. Michelle Smallman's down the hallway doing her national program on ESPN, but she's going to come down the hallway and join us on this program coming up at some point. We welcome you to participate in the show by watching and participating in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL, by emailing in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com, or calling in to the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Hey, Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. It's the new year. You want to make improvements on your home? I've got the place for you. That's Aesthetic Design and Build. I've gotten to know Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build. Went out and saw their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. Super impressed. So impressed, actually, that I said, hey, can you come to my house and see what we can do here? And they can do so many things from a customization standpoint. That is what separates them from everybody else. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. You can see their work at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. It's all about customization, and that's what they do. Really like these guys, the work that they do, and the custom ability and the 30 years of track record that Aesthetic Design and Build has. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com, or you can call them 636-532-5008, aestheticdesignandbuild.com. World Series. Doug, 12-25 here in St. Louis.
It certainly looks that way. The way they beefed up this offseason is very encouraging.
Have they added a
I
single
don't know who's
player?
going to beat them. I just don't know.
Nice.
Arenado apparently going nowhere now.
I still think he'll be traded.
It's kind of hit a roadblock, it seems.
Has to be traded.
Yeah, if anybody wants to bet that he won't be, though, I will take action.
I'm not touching that.
All right, fine. I'll Venmo with the listeners. 314-399-9646 is where you can text in to bet me on things. I'm open for business. It is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne is off. Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you here on the program. I wake up every morning and I hope that I'm aligned with Stephen A. Smith, Dan Orlovsky, and Chris Russo, and I am thrilled that I do, even though I really do believe what I say. They are furious about the non-targeting call against or not against Texas that would have given Arizona State a first down at the 37 with 1:08 left in the tie game in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl yesterday. So that makes me look in the mirror candidly. That's honestly what it does. Yeah, because I'm like, oh no. But I really was angry about it.
How could you not? I mean, again, like I was staring at it, I was like, I cannot believe they didn't. What is targeting if that isn't targeting? I mean, I know it wasn't like the guy was brutally injured, but he got hit in the head with another player's helmet. That's targeting.
Jackson, you were on Arizona State?
I was, yeah. I have the updated pick six.
All right. I didn't. There wasn't a game. I was texting because I did bet South Carolina with a friend of mine, and yesterday morning he texted me, "You want your money back?" And I thought it was going to be an opportunity to meet him in a parking lot,
and do what?
Just perform a service.
Oh.
And the Boogie Nights.
But he wanted to bet, and I think he wanted to take Arizona State. I'm like, Texas, the thing with the 13-point numbers, I think it was at 13.5 at the time. I think it kicked off closer to 12.5 or 12. But I'm like, Texas, I think, is going to win. But Texas just doesn't put up a lot of points. They had one game since the start of November where the offense went off, and that's when they beat the hell out of Florida, which really looks impressive based on the way Florida finished the season. But other than that, they were more about their defense. So I thought for them to cover that number, that would really have to take something. And early on in the game, it actually looked like they weren't going to have any problem with it. But to Arizona State's credit, they mount the comeback, and they become the first and to date only underdog to cover in the college football playoff. How about that?
Man, the public's been getting fat.
I'm telling you.
It's so hard to gamble, I think, these lines. Because Texas and Arizona State, they played the game and it was tied. And then by the time it's done, it's an 8-point spread. And 8 points would be a big spread. If Texas had been favored by 8, that would have been a pretty big number. 8, right. And that's what they won by.
Right.
So even though the game was even, they still wound up having a pretty comfortable win if you just go by spreads.
Right. So I don't like betting college basketball. Those free throws at the end can hammer you. Yeah, in some same way. All right, so Tim, so we obviously still have one game to play, and so some of our guys have 2 plays left with a 6 total. Tim, you're at 1-3 as we stand right now. You have Notre Dame in the under today. Doug, you are at 2-2. You have Notre Dame in the over left to play. Okay. Cam is 2-2. He has Georgia in the over left, and I am 3-2 with just Notre Dame.
And you took Notre Dame despite not liking the Irish American community or the Catholic community. That's interesting.
You came down real hard on him,
I like what Lee Corso said yesterday on game day. He goes, never bet against the Catholics.
I did see that.
And I said, I'm with Lee Corso.
Once again, by the way, Nick Saban continues his streak of using the S word on the show, and he got it out of the way like within 10 minutes of the show. It's just a free-for-all.
Did they bleep it?
I didn't hear it. I was watching live. They didn't bleep it.
I don't think they did.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what the deal is with
I think even the FCC is afraid of him.
I would be. Yeah, him and Belichick, they could probably do whatever they want. I saw there was a nice thread, someone tweeted it, of Reddit users talking about like who accidentally were on the Pat McAfee megacast of the Rose Bowl, and they're like, I didn't realize ESPN dropped this many profanities, and they were going crazy and like really upset. And then people had to be like, you're watching the megacast, not the traditional broadcast.
So what is this I mean, I'm aware of the megacast. Who is on the megacast?
McAfee, Chairman, you know a couple.
Yeah, I actually had that on for the second half, and I'm a McAfee guy, but it was a brutal listen.
So who's on it?
AJ Hawk. And then I can't recall the other guy's name. I didn't necessarily recognize.
Darnell Coles?
I think it was Darnell Coles.
I think it was. It was Darnell Coles.
Junior Spivey.
But they dropped a couple. They dropped a couple of S-bombs. But then they had this thing where they had a word that they were using in place of it, and they were just going to the well over and over. They must have said this word 100 times, and it was a little too fratty for me. And I like Pat McAfee.
Oh wow.
A little too fratty.
And Junior Spivey was on the broadcast?
You never know.
Spivey, Darnell Coles, A.J. Hawk, and Pat McAfee, Doug. That's a unique lineup.
Did Spivey did he get enough at bats? Should we relitigate that? Junior Spivey's career with the Cardinals?
Jackson would like to revisit Junior Spivey's time with the Cardinals.
Enough at bats for what?
On the program.
I don't know. Just,
That's when you got a strong take. when somebody follows up, I don't know.
Eckstein kind of took a spot, right?
I am telling you, Stephen A. Smith is going over the targeting hit on Arizona State. Like Kevin Costner at the end of JFK.
Back into the left.
I think I've seen it 100 times since we started our 9 o'clock hour. There's Kenny Dillingham rolling his eyes as the officials explain it. Oh, my God, it's such garbage. I don't know. I look at it and I go, okay, that's something that would happen in Missouri. It's something that would happen in Illinois. You're not a blue blood. You get banged. I don't know. Here is Cam Scatterbo after the game. He was asked what was going on with his health because he would have these ridiculous plays and then he'd run off to the sidelines. Here's what he had to say.
Oh, let's hear it.
I threw up. I threw up. I drank too much water too fast, and I was kind of feeling sloshy, and then felt better after. So.
Puke and rally.
I felt a lot better after throwing up, and that's when it all started. I had a rough first half. I wasn't feeling too good. In that second half, it was a different ball game. So.
I watched that entire post game. Outstanding. All three of those guys: Sam Levitt, the quarterback, Cam Scatterbo, and Kenny Dillingham. Super press conference, really likable group of guys, and I think that it's not to say they would have won had that targeting call been made, but I think that they would have been at about 80% to get points to win had that been called.
Levitt looked good. He's just a freshman too, according to ESPN. Is that wrong?
He has 1 or 2 years left.
Oh. Yeah, I think because
he's a freshman.
He was at Michigan State. He transferred and then went to Arizona State.
So he might only have 7 or 8 more years.
That's correct, depending on the future Diego Pavia litigation.
Yeah. Right, yeah. He announced yesterday in the press conference he's coming back. The quarterback is coming back to Arizona State. Which, Arizona State, we all know, West Coast needs more representation in college football. Obviously, Oregon's great, and USC is a prestigious program, but outside of those 2 schools, is there really I guess UW last year.
Yeah, Washington last year. But yeah, overall. But when you got a guy who's 34 years old and he did what he did, that team had very low expectations, by the way.
To finish dead last.
That's right. And do what they did. That was really impressive. And I'll tell you, I was wrong as can be on that. I just thought that they're probably not going to be able to hang with them. And they weren't in the first half, but to come back like that, especially with their top wide receiver out and their signature players running back, and they were able to come back, that was incredibly impressive. And I thought the way that Dillingham handled a lot of that stuff after the game was impressive. So only 34 years old. I'll be intrigued to see if they can keep that going for a program that you have to go back to, what, was it Jake the Snake Plummer in 96? Was that 97?
I don't know the years, Tim.
They upset Nebraska.
I think 97. They were showing that highlight yesterday.
Yeah.
What a play. Snake pass.
Snake. That hasn't really had much going on. I know you love Brock Osweiler. He's going to join us.
Tall drink of water.
He clipped Missouri. Was that 2011 when he...
I don't know the years, Tim.
You got to do show prep. You got to do show prep.
I think my favorite player now is this guy from Miami, Cam McCormick. He's in his 9th season playing college football. He set the record. 9 years of college football.
That make him
next to our listeners hijacking his post-game show? There's nothing that gets the Colonel Gabriel Petey Harmon more irritated than college guys approaching their 30s and still playing.
I know. So he's 26 or 27 playing college football.
He started at Oregon in 2016.
Jeez, 2016.
You were in school.
I graduated high school in 2016.
Well, this guy's still playing.
I've been out of college for 4 years, going on 5 years in August. Oh my God.
He got hurt a couple years, transferred, COVID.
So, Tim, theoretically, if you start right now, you could play college football until you're 60.
And I think there'd be some schools. I don't know if it'd be Power 4 schools, honestly.
Be a lot of them interested, I'll tell you that much.
Thank you.
Right, like FCS schools who could really use your services.
Do you guys mind if I don't go to practice? I want to play golf.
Cam McCormick was born in April of 98.
Nice.
I was born in March of 98.
Perfect. You guys ought to get together, do a podcast.
What position does he play?
Tight end.
Tight end. All right, skill position. I'll talk with him.
Okay. Right, so Jackson's interested in skill players. He won't talk with offensive line.
No, thank you.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is called The Morning After. We have been joined by Bernie Federko and Charlie Marlo on the program, both Hall of Famers from my standpoint. Michelle Smallman is doing her program, her national show down the hallway, and she is going to join us coming up here on the show in studio. She is doing her show remotely, so she's going to join us in studio. You can send your emails in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Welcome back to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. Michelle Smallman is going to be joining us in studio coming up, along with listeners welcome to participate via the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, I have somebody who wants to wager with me on the Nolan Arenado trade. Tim, I will take the Arenado bet. It would be an honor to lose money to you. That's from Big Tough.
For heaven's sakes.
I'll let him set the stakes. My bet limit, of course, is my unit size is $10,000, but I know not everybody was able to work in low-powered AM radio and HD2, so I don't want to judge on that if he can only bet 700.
That's when you were really stacking Benjamins.
Thank you.
Yeah, the low-powered AM.
We finna be rich.
Everyone there just reeked of money.
That's right. Old money, too. Big Tough, you can set the terms. The bet officially is Nolan Arenado will be traded before opening day. I feel incredibly comfortable with that, and so I shall wager it with you.
As someone who's lost money to Tim in many a wager, it's not as much as an honor as you think it is. It's just simply losing, taking money.
Have you lost your mind?
It's taking money from your account out of your family's mouth and giving it to Tim. It doesn't feel that great. I've been on the business end of it many a time.
You should be honored to lay hosannas at his feet.
Thank you, Doug.
I mean, at the first time, you get that kind of feeling. That
Well, you have access to my Venmo.
which is which is great, and you get the butterflies in your stomach. But after about the 20th time, betting on when a playoff game in the NHL is going to start or Nassau on the back nine, it's just tough.
You've had enough, haven't you?
It just doesn't feel that great.
Okay.
I'm kind of like you, Doug. It hurts more to lose the money than it does feel good to get the money, in a way.
Because I always feel bad taking someone's money.
That's not my hang up. It's just like giving away the money. It's like, man, think of all that stuff I could have bought, Yeah. Think of all the knickknacks.
These dollars are nothing more than mere bullets to go collect more dollars. And if you want to sit on them, be my guest. Enjoy your cubicle for the next few decades, though, Batches.
I'm George Bailey. That's fine. I'll be George Bailey.
What in the world?
George Bailey, that's Martin's impression of my father.
Yes, in a way. But, it reminds me of Bill's house, Fred's house.
No, what was that right there?
That's a Wonderful Life. It's fresh on the mind.
Oh, did you see it this Christmas?
Of course, I see it every Christmas. It's awesome.
Speaking of my father, Chairman Stephen Wildwood is playing Harbortown today. He's teeing off. He texted me. He's our Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. He is teeing off in about 20 minutes, assuming that this is 10:45 Eastern time. And my family is down there, my father and my mother. And they have a place right where he is teeing off, and so I believe they are going to be interacting today. I don't know if they're going to be
really,
because his tee time got delayed because there's a frost delay in southern South Carolina. So if we think it's rough here, Doug, imagine having a frost delay in southern South Carolina.
Yeah, they don't deal with that very well, I wouldn't think.
But Chairman Stephen Wildwood will be going off, and I think he is going to shoot. I'll give him a 107.5 is the over-under. What do you want?
Well, it depends on how closely he sticks to the rules.
Ah, so you're calling him a cheater. I like that.
Well, I'm saying that casual players tend to bump up their ball in the fairway and, maybe miss a penalty shot or two along the way.
So you're
I don't
taking
know
the over.
how strict he's going to play.
So you're calling him Patrick Reed.
I'm not calling him Patrick Reed. I'm just saying it's a big difference if you play your ball down or improve the lie a little bit.
107 is the number you said?
107.5.
On a cold day at Harbortown, I'm going over.
You're going over.
I've played with a gentleman. Yeah. Good guy. Good guy. Listen, I am one of the biggest fans of Stephen Wildwood. He's the 2023 Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. Mm-hmm. Having said that, I've played golf with a gentleman, and things can get away from him sometimes. And that's not, things get away from me all the time. So I'm not, who am I to judge? Yeah. But I'll take the over of 107. On a cold day, playing golf in the cold is really not great.
And it's a tough course.
Really tough course.
And, assuming you putt everything out and say, oh, well, that's 7 or 8. Yeah, give me a 7 or 8 when it could have been a 9 or 10. That makes a big difference on what the final score is.
All right. So Chairman Stephen Wildwood, I'll let him know that everybody's going over 107.5. Yeah. I thought that would be a good number for a guy who's like an 18 handicap. But not enough around here. Well, the book is left exposed on Stephen Wildwood's play. Michelle Smallman is here, and she's going to join us in the next segment. It is going to be great to talk it over with Michelle, who is doing her ESPN national program from right here at Hubbard Radio St. Louis for the next couple days while she's in town for the holidays. We'll take your emails the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michelle Smallman going to join us. Martin Kilcoyne vacationing. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt with you. This is the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Stewart's American Mortgage. Man, I tell you this. I like when somebody associates with this program and says, hey, here's the deal. I'm setting up a special phone number for the listeners. Well, Stewie goes above and beyond because he's giving out his cell number to our listeners. 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Or you can just Google the Bagel Loan. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home here in the new year or want to get a refinance, this is the person to call. I got a chance to meet with Stewie of Stewart's American Mortgage and his son. And once I was done meeting with him, I'm like, why would anybody go anywhere else. You go, well, what is the bagel loan? Here's the deal. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, trends, give Stewie a call, and you can call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Knicks defeat the Jazz last night, 119-103. Karl Anthony Towns with 31 points and 21 rebounds. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, let's class this joint up.
Okay.
It's high time.
Yeah.
It is our honor, nay, privilege to have Michelle Smallman in studio with us.
Oh, well, thanks for coming.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me in, you guys.
You're
It
on my
feels so
microphone. It's
good to
very-
be back in the studio.
Yeah. What's going on?
Oh, you know, just doing my show from St. Louis, which is always great to be back in the hallways here at 101 ESPN. But I was home for the holidays, and I didn't want to leave until this weekend because today is my mom's birthday. Shout out to my mom. So Tommy and John and everybody here was so gracious to set me up a studio. So I've been doing Unsportsmanlike from the studios today and tomorrow.
Tough to do from a remote location.
It's not as difficult as I thought it would be because we have such great technology. We're on Zoom. I can see Canty and Evan, but I'm in a small space by myself, and we have TV grade lights that are very close to my face. So other than that, no problems at all.
And normally you're in Bristol or New York?
New York. We are at the South Street Seaport.
Yeah. You like it there? You like living there?
I love New York. I really do. I didn't know how it would be for me when I moved there, but I really love it. It has simultaneously the feeling of obviously a really big city, but a small town feel. And I know that sounds crazy in New York, but you get really used to your neighborhood and you kind of stick to one part of town. But you have the luxury to go about other places. And it's just a very dynamic place to be. But obviously I miss home and I miss St. Louis all the time.
May I ask, like, what ballpark area of New York City you
Park
live?
Avenue, I would assume.
I'm always
maybe one day.
I'm always very careful about that. But I'm curious, ballpark.
I am downtown.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown.
When I nearly moved there, I was told by my friends who live there that you don't want to go above 14th Street.
Yes, a lot of people think that.
Now, what's that all about?
So 14th Street is kind of the demarcation of Midtown to downtown. Midtown, people generally want to stay away from. It's like Times Square-ish.
Yeah, a little touristy.
Although there are like Hudson Yards is over there, Chelsea. There are some good pockets of Midtown, but Uptown feels kind of like the suburbs.
Yeah, that's what I was
families.
told.
It's
Really?
quieter.
Somebody
it's
told
cleaner.
me that the Upper West Side's like living in Fenton, and I said, "Is that right? The Upper West Side of New York is like living in Fenton." And I love the Cracker Barrel in Fenton, so I was tempted.
You know, I haven't been to a Cracker Barrel.
They don't have one in Lower Manhattan.
You know what?
That's a
I haven't
miss.
seen one, but
That
I'm
is a
going to keep
miss.
my eyes peeled for it. But I've been to a Cracker Barrel in a minute.
Oh,
And I miss those
chicken fried steak.
biscuits. In that little country store, I miss a Cracker Barrel.
The golf tee game. It's just
Battery City
wonderful.
Park.
There you go.
Now, do you ride the subways?
I
Are they
do
safe?
all the time.
Yeah, are they safe? They
You
must
know, it
be.
depends on the day. It depends
Yeah.
on the day. It's always an adventure, we'll say it that way,
Mhm.
but it's the cheapest and fastest way to get around, so you kind of have to do it.
What time you getting up?
Usually 4 a.m.
4
Today I
a.m.
got up at 2:30 because I'm an hour earlier, and normally I have the great luxury in New York to have hair and makeup every day, and that usually takes an hour. And so for me to have to do it myself, I have to get up another hour to do it. Because it's not just regular hair and makeup, it's TV grade hair and makeup. So you really have to spackle it on. And that takes, you should see the kit I have that they sent me with. It's like this huge box that I'm supposed to use, and I'm not very good at it. So you can stop tweeting at me that I look terrible. I'm aware. I'm not an
Jackson,
artist.
stop tweeting at Michelle.
Yeah, please, Jackson.
You're
I
preaching
did
to the
my
choir.
best.
We have to throw on Doug's always got concealer in his pocket. He's always ready to go with the
Yeah,
makeup.
you're ready at any
Very
time.
much so, yeah. I'm not ready for plastic surgery is what I'm ready for. Now, do you have to do it yourself? The makeup?
Today and tomorrow.
Oh,
but normally when
they
I'm-
do it.
Yeah, I have an amazing hairstylist, Anita, and a makeup artist, Ashley or Lou, depending on the day. And they are magicians. Like my very first day on Unsportsmanlike, I had a black eye, and they were able to cover it.
Who hit you? Someone on the subway?
Myself.
You
No,
hit
it was not
yourself?
someone on the subway.
Oh.
I was vacuuming. This is a true story. At my apartment, and I live in a very tiny downtown New York City apartment. And I was vacuuming, and I tripped over an air purifier cord, and I fell forward.
Oh, jeez.
And there's no space, so I couldn't brace myself. And I hit my face on a drinking glass on my coffee table, and it cut me and bruised me right here on the inside of my eye. And I had never been on national television before. And so for my very first day, I showed up to hair and makeup in Bristol, Connecticut. And I was like, hi, I'm Michelle. I'm going to be doing Unsportsmanlike. It's my very first day, and I have a black eye. And they were able to cover it, and you could barely
You couldn't tell.
You could
Really?
barely tell. Except for the fact that Evan Cohen, my co-host, the very first words out of his mouth on our show, in the history of our show, were, it's Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio. I'm Evan Cohen. He's Chris Canty. She's Michelle Smallman, and she has a black eye. I'm like, thanks
he
so
aired you
much.
out. He aired you out.
He did. He totally aired me out.
So the lesson there is just stop vacuuming.
Correct.
Yeah.
I
It's
just need to make
overrated.
more money so I can get
Yeah.
a cleaning lady, I guess.
In that moment, when that happens, which I gather was like a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, a Sunday. I think it was a Sunday because it was Labor Day weekend.
Okay, so you're thinking to yourself, I'm sure you've got a little anxiety, big debut.
Oh, yeah.
And when that happens, you're not only feeling the physical pain, you're thinking, oh my God, what do I do? My first day on national television, I'm going to have a black eye.
Oh, yeah. I did a lot of frantic Googling, a lot of icing, went out and got the arnica gel, was doing everything I could to try to minimize it. But, you know, those bruises have a mind of their own. But thankfully, we had gotten to like the green stage of the bruise by the time I actually got on air, which I have since learned is easy to color correct
green
with
is.
foundation. Yeah, it's
Okay.
easier, I guess.
So how you liking doing the show?
I love it.
Yeah.
I really love it. Of course, I miss 101 ESPN. I miss everybody here. I miss St. Louis, but I love my co-hosts. We actually really get along. We hang out outside of work. We have done a hibachi dinner. We just did a karaoke hang. And I just feel like we've, after a year and a half, kind of all settled into our respective roles on the show, and we really trust and support each other. And it's so cool every day that we have a buffet and we can talk about anything in sports because
I
we're a
thought you had
national show.
food. You don't have
Well,
food?
I wish we had a buffet of
Yeah.
food. That would
Yeah.
be nice. If
Craft
the bosses at
services.
ESPN are
Oh,
listening,
gosh,
please
yeah.
hook us up. But we, since we're national, we're coast to coast, we can talk about whatever we want, whenever we want, which is pretty cool. Obviously, we skew more football heavy because that's what the country wants to hear. which stinks for us because we don't have a team in St. Louis.
Right.
I've adopted the Green Bay Packers, though, so I'm back on the football bandwagon. But it's very fun. We have a lot of fun every day. We get to laugh, show our personalities, and talk about sports. You can't complain.
How do you get to a point where you get to hang out with your coworkers? Because Doug and I have been working together on this show since 2007, and never once have we dined.
Wait, never?
Strictly
Never once.
coworkers.
Yeah, he's very
Never.
adamant, Michelle, that we are not friends, but mere coworkers. And candidly, it hurts my feelings.
Has you asked him out to dinner and he's
my
declined?
God, I ask him out to dinner constantly.
It's a new year. It's 2025.
Let's
Can
go
we
out.
maybe...
Our Cracker Barrel tonight, me and you.
Cracker Barrel.
Closing time hits and we just kind of go our separate ways, and that's that. Everyone's got their own life.
So I understand that because I very much believe in the separation of church and state. Our jobs are pretty all-consuming. There's always a game. There's always something to pay attention to.
Right.
And you don't want to risk getting sick of your coworkers or your co-hosts. But I will say, in every show that I've worked on, when we've hung out outside of work, it's made our show better.
Oh, really?
Every single one.
Doug, it's time for me and you to break bread at Cracker Barrel.
We should just pal around, drink beers, and eat the chicken fried steak at Cracker Barrel?
I think one time you need to try it. Don't knock it till you've tried it.
Thank you, Michelle.
And I think we need to document it for the webs, for the social medias.
That's the move.
I hadn't even thought of that, frankly.
Well, I mean, that's why she's doing what she's doing. So you work with Chris Canty.
Correct.
And Evan Cohen.
Correct.
Now, when I would be in Jupiter, Evan Cohen would be all over the place in the West Palm market.
Yeah.
He was doing like mornings or afternoons in West Palm, am I right? Is he still doing 2 shows?
No, he's
because he used to be
doing
doing
ours.
2 shows,
Yeah.
right? He was doing mornings on one place and then afternoons on another, if I'm
He's
not
a
mistaken.
beast. He's an absolute
beast.
beast.
Is that right, really?
We, when
Is he a New York native or West Palm native?
He is a New York native, but then spent a lot of time in Florida. So
Okay.
I think he lived in Florida for like 2 decades. So he's kind of 2 for 1 there. But he was born and raised in the New York area and lived there for many years. But yeah, no, Evan is a beast. He can do 4 hours of our show and then 2 hours of Greeny and be like, what's next? Because sometimes we'll have to fill in on other shows when people take vacation or whatever. By the end of that 6th hour, I'm slap happy. I don't know what I'm talking about. It gets very weird. We used to have this thing when I produced for Silo and Canal where Randy Scott, who's a Sports Center anchor, would fill in on our show, which was from 1 to 4. And we would call that last hour the Randy Scott hour because he had done the morning Sports Center and then our show. And he was just so delirious by that last hour that we never knew what we were going to get from him. And I feel like that's my Randy Scott hour, is that 6th hour. Evan's ready to go. He's ready. He's like, another show? You want to have me on later? He's built different, as the kids say.
God,
he likes to talk.
America.
He does, and I need a nap at that point. I'm sick of hearing myself talk at that point.
Now, in New York, do a lot of people ask you what high school you went to?
Not so much.
They don't do that?
But I will say here in St. Louis, people will ask me that question, and then I'll say, oh, I'm from the Illinois side of the river. They're like, never mind.
Never mind.
They
because
realize
now
quickly.
I know I can't handicap you by which school you went
They
to.
can't determine my wealth
Right,
by where I went to high school because they
Which
don't
one-
care.
Which one was it? We'll try to determine your wealth.
I went to Altoff in Palm
Doug, here goes Doug.
Elitist.
Here it goes.
Private school only. Public school won't
State
cut
champs at Altoff.
Yeah, Doug, show your respect.
Did you play sports there?
I did. I played soccer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
How was
and
the
you're
club?
pretty good player?
I was all right, yeah. Captain of the team, no big deal.
Oh, gosh.
Man. Can't handle
Went to
this.
state my senior year, no big deal.
How many goals you get?
Too many to count, Doug.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
How about that, Doug?
Okay.
This is amazing, Michelle. You pop up on the show and the YouTube count goes up substantially.
Oh, boy.
That's the magic.
Everyone wanted to rip my hair and makeup today that I had to
That's
do
the
myself.
magic. No, a lot of compliments, I assure you, which is rare on this particular program. Listen, you've been up since 2:30. I don't want to keep you. I'd love to have you stick around, but
whatever you
God
want.
bless America. I want to hear what you think about your boy Brett Bielema.
Oh boy.
And Jackson doesn't like that Shane Beamer, so you guys might be able to bond here.
Look at us.
But I all had a hell of a year. So
I have some questions for you guys too, if that's
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, Doug will not
I'm
take
not taking
questions.
questions.
That's okay.
You can direct them at the other 3 people
Yeah,
here.
I have some questions about the Cardinals because I haven't been as locked in and things don't seem so great. So I'm just wanting to prognosticate how upset I should be.
Yeah, this is quite a little off season we're having here.
Yeah,
Michelle.
yeah.
Michelle Smallman, kind enough to join us. She is in her 5th hour of broadcasting and been up since 2:30 local time. Kind enough to join us here as she is back in St. Louis and doing her national show on ESPN from Hubbard Radio St. Louis. Munganast, a loyal sponsor of TMA for a long time, and we are loyal customers of Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. Online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Plus, they set up a number specific specifically for TMA listeners, and that number is 314-252-0029. That's Jamie Burkhardt, that's Peter Munganast, and then in the service department, that's Ryan Seiberg. I am a very happy customer of Munganast. So is Doug. They're online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. It's Munganast, St. Louis Acura. Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michelle Smallman with us. Jackson Burkett and Chairman Kurt. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michelle Smallman, kind enough to join us here on the program. What's on the itinerary? How much longer are you in town? What's the plan? Do you have a nonstop back to New York?
I do have a nonstop back to New York,
bless
which
America.
is critical.
You're
because
going LaGuardia.
You know it.
Yeah.
Best airport in America.
What a Sunday charge it's made. It was garbage like a decade ago, and now it's outstanding.
You've been?
Yeah.
The
it's
new
unbelievable.
LaGuardia is amazing.
Awesome.
People who haven't been to New York, if you're going to New York, don't go to JFK, don't go to Newark. Make sure you fly through LaGuardia. It is as seamless as you're going to get.
Jackson flies into Teterboro, just FYI.
Oh, okay,
Usually.
fancy.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
I forgot about Jackson.
Yeah, Ledoux,
Fancy.
now you know.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He's like the Upper East Side of St. Louis. That's right.
Yeah, Big Park Avenue.
Big Park Avenue apartment.
He summers in the Hamptons, too.
It's true. Well, Southampton, yeah.
Which is the nicest of the Hamptons.
Correct,
Well, it's the most expensive of the Hamptons.
Well, and therefore that's where he is.
Obviously.
You've done a little Hamptonsing. I know this.
You know, I've dabbled here and there.
What's going on? What's going on there? What's going on?
So when you live in New York City in the summer, it is like a St. Louis summer where there's no air movement. The humidity is crazy because of all the buildings. There's no airflow. And the difference in St. Louis is normally we're living in houses where we have space and you can crank up the AC and you can find some sort of comfort because of where you live. In New York City, we're living in shoebox apartments. My air conditioner is a window unit that is so loud, and the air that comes out of it is like sticky almost. Can't stand to be in your apartment. So what happens? People escape. They don't stay in New York City in the summertime. I don't have that luxury because I have a job that requires me to be in studio in New York City. But on the weekends, a lot of us, as we like to say, Jackson can tell you, we go out east. That's what we say. We go out east.
I don't like that at all.
Or I'm going to the beach, which means we're going to the Hamptons. And there's several ways you can get there. You can take the train, you could drive. People like Jackson like to blade out to the Hamptons, which means they take a
rollerblade,
helicopter,
a
chopper.
I was thinking rollerblade.
Inline down
That's
Long
a long
Island.
way.
That would take you quite some time, yes, to rollerblade. But no, some people, the Jacksons of the world, they will blade out to the Hamptons, which instead of 3 hours in traffic, maybe more in traffic, is a quick 30, 45.
Oh, Jackson.
It's like I'm like Logan Roy.
Absolutely. I've never done that. I'm not in Jackson's tax bracket.
How do you get out there?
Well, if my friends drive, I hitch a ride with them. If not, another way you can go is take the jitney, which is a bus, which I do not love. I try to take the train. I think the bullet train, which is no stops, is the fastest way to get out there.
Okay.
What's that scene like? Compare it.
Well, it's everyone very antsy because it's usually a Friday afternoon and they're ready to get out to the Hamptons and get to the beach and party. There's some pre-gaming going on the train, not by me, of course, but from others. There's a lot of groups of people that are talking. It's kind of a party scene. It's very fun.
Have you crossed paths with Billy Joel or John Bon Jovi?
I went to a Billy Joel show, at MSG, which was outstanding.
How was that? Because he was wrapping up that residency, right?
He was wrapping it up, and I had a friend who works at ESPN who's in the live game broadcast department, so he kind of bounces around the country. We've worked together a few times, and he's great. And he had texted me, and he was like, listen, this is so last minute. It was day of. He's like, I got 2 tickets to Billy Joel at MSG. I know it's last minute, but do you want to go? I'm like, do I want to go? Yeah, I'll be really tired and ugly on TV tomorrow. I don't care. So we went, and it turns out the seats that were given to him were like 2 rows or 4 rows or something off the left side. So we were so close. And I like Billy Joel music. I think he's an amazing artist, but if I had a certain amount of money, I'm not going to see Billy Joel. There's other acts I would go see. And boy, was I wrong, because he is not only an amazing piano player, an amazing artist. What a showman he is. He can somehow make the world's greatest arena, this huge space, feel like you're in an intimate piano bar. The way he talked to the crowd and the way he would move into songs. It was unbelievable. 10 of 10.
God, that's great to hear.
Yeah, so I lucked out on that one big time.
At MSG for the Billy Joel residency. Yeah, he wrapped that up like 6 months ago, I think. If I'm not
You're really
mistaken.
walking in tall cotton up there.
Doug, are we envious of Michelle?
Well, a little bit.
Yeah, but you guys have Cracker Barrel.
It's true. We do have Cracker Barrel.
Back on.
And we don't live in tiny apartments.
That's true.
Like, what's a tiny apartment cost in New York these days?
I don't even want to tell you. You'd throw up.
Well, tell me.
Let's just say I had a house here in St. Louis, and my rent in a studio apartment in New York City. And by the way, when I say studio, yes, it's one big space. I have a kitchen where my countertop is so small I can't even fit a cutting board on it.
I can't fit a cutting board.
My friends were like, wow, you look like you've lost weight. I'm like, because I don't have a dishwasher and I don't do dishes all the time. And it's so expensive to go out to eat. No lie, when I come back to St. Louis, it feels like everything is free because everything is so expensive in New York City. Yeah. Like, I'll go out to dinner here and let's say it's $50. I'm like, $50? You know, it's crazy how expensive things are in New York. But to have a house in St. Louis in a great spot of town, my rent for a studio apartment is like double what it would be for me to have a house here.
So 6,000 or so?
Oh, less than that, but
5 or 6.
I have a friend who lives in a great part of New York City in the West Village and has a top floor apartment, like a penthouse. It's a 1-bedroom, and it costs them $10,000 a month for a 1-bedroom.
How does everybody do it? Do the jobs really pay that much more?
I'm so glad you asked that, because I think this all the time. I'm like, I have a good job. I could never dream of living the way most people in New York City live.
Yeah.
And I want to do a show or something where you interview people and you're like, tell me the truth. Is this inherited? Like, do you have a side hustle?
I like
what's
that.
going
I like
on?
that show.
How do you make your money? Because it is so crazy expensive to live there. And by the way, you see all these kids living there. I'm like, how are you living here? How are you living in a nicer apartment than me in the West Village? Unless your dad's paying for it? I don't know. But
Probably
like,
so.
Probably. But yeah, it's crazy. I want to do like a man on the street, a woman on the street, just interviewing people. Be honest. How did you make your money? How do you afford to live here?
And it's not just a few people, it's millions.
Millions. It's nuts. And a lot of these people not only have a place in New York, they'll have a place in Miami, they'll have a place in the Hamptons. They travel all the time. It's like, please share your tips and tricks with me.
Right.
Like,
Is it the
would like
Wall
to make
Street
more money.
thing where everybody's into finance?
Is this finance?
A lot of people
Is it?
are in finance. It's kind of a blanket
Especially
statement.
in Lower Manhattan?
So it's finance in New York to me is like, I give the same look to people when they start telling me they're in finance that St. Louis people give to me when I say I'm from Illinois, when they ask the high school question. Because whatever they're going to tell me is going to be so over my head, and I'm not going to care. I'm just going to be like, okay, you make a lot of money, great. Like, I don't know about stocks and bonds. I talk about sports for a living, you know?
I suppose there's also the fact where wealthy people from all over the world are living in New York, too.
Yes,
It's
yes.
not just Americans who are able to do it.
That's right.
It's big money from all over the planet.
Huge international city, which is one of the reasons why it's so vibrant and dynamic. But yeah, people with big money from all over the world are like, oh, New York is it. I need to move there.
That's where it's got to be.
Yeah.
So you are living in Lower Manhattan. Are you like on the first floor? What's
Third floor. But I have an elevator, which is so there's a couple things that you need to know about New York real estate. One, it's impossible to get. Some people, to even rent an apartment, have to get a broker, which can cost you anywhere from $5,000 to $8,000 just to get a broker to get you in buildings. I lucked out and didn't have to go that route. And then a lot of times you need first and last month's rent. So you could be $20,000 in the hole before you even get in a studio apartment there. It's insane. So know that you're going to have to save a lot to get in an apartment there. That's number one. Number two, there are luxuries that we here in St. Louis take for granted.
Give us an example so we can appreciate our hometown.
A car in general.
Free parking,
luxury in New York City. You probably spend at least $1,000 a month to park your car in New York City if you're lucky enough to have one. Number two, a dishwasher. Having a dishwasher in your apartment is a huge luxury in New York City. Taking it a step further, if you have in-unit washer dryer, you're rich. Like, oh, you're rich. Most people have to either go to a laundromat or send it out, or they have like a community one in your building.
What would you say the ratio is of the dollar in St. Louis to the dollar in New York City? I used to say 2.5. What do you think it is? 2.5 to 1.
2.5 seems fair.
Yeah.
Maybe 3.
Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's above 2 for sure. It's definitely more than double. It's insane.
Doug, be grateful for where we are.
Right. We only get by because of our OnlyFans pages.
That's right.
Yeah. Have you thought about moving back to Belleville and getting some free parking again at some point in your
I
life?
think about it all the time. Obviously, St. Louis is home. I love it here. And every time I'm home, I'll go to my parents' house and I'll be like, look at all these rooms. You guys just have rooms. There's a living room. There's a kitchen. There's a bedroom. There's another bedroom. There's an office. You live in one singular room, you kind of start to go crazy when you live in a studio apartment. So yeah, there are many positives about St. Louis that I took for granted living here that I think about all the time when I think about my future.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, I'm telling you that studio apartment in New York City, that makes you appreciate the space and the hometown. I bet.
Michelle talked about summers in New York and how people want to get out. There is nothing like the smell of Midtown on a hot July day. You can't stand. You have to sit down. It'll knock you on your ass.
It is brutal.
It is the worst. Like, I couldn't believe. I was like, this is how people live. It smelled so bad.
You know what gets me when I'm there is just the intensity of everything.
Oh yeah, it is.
Just crossing the street, people shoulder to shoulder.
Oh. I had heard about that, obviously, and had experienced it to a certain degree when I would visit New York, which I did often when I lived in central Connecticut. But until you're living there, they always talk about the energy of New York. It is such a visceral, palpable thing. When you walk outside your apartment, everyone has somewhere to go. Everyone has something to do. And they couldn't care less what you're doing. That's why celebrities love to live there, because I pass celebrities on the street all the time, and no one is bothering them because they're like, I don't care that you were in a movie or whatever. I got to get to work. Get out of my way.
Who do you see? Because right now we're excited. You might remember Danny Pintaro from Who's the Boss. He's in our YouTube.
Shout out to Danny. Hey, Danny.
He's in our YouTube channel. Who are you crossing paths with in Manhattan, Michelle?
Oh my gosh, who have I seen recently?
Colin and Wyckoff. What's up, Colin?
Francesa. Have you ever seen Francesa?
I have not, but I've seen Mad Dog Russo a lot,
I bet
obviously, which is great.
I bet he walks fast.
He is. So he's obviously a huge baseball guy. So anytime I see a dog, he wants to talk about the car. What's going on with the car? I can't do a good dog impression. He's like, what's going on with the Cardinals? I'm like, you think I know? I don't know. I don't have any explanations for them. I'm as disappointed as you are. What celebrities have I seen in New York? Well, I see Alec Baldwin a lot.
Oh, is that right?
I see
He's
him
in the same
a lot.
hood?
Yeah, when I go to walk, I see him.
He's probably on edge. He seems a tad ornery.
He's got a lot of kids.
Yeah, he
got a lot of kids.
He has decided.
He yells at them, too.
I see him and his wife and a lot of their kids. I recently kind of bumped into Andy Cohen. I was going to get a coffee, and again, I was after the show. I was hustling, and I needed to get to the gym, need to grab a coffee, and I kind of almost bumped into somebody. And I looked up, and it was Andy, and I'm like, I love Bravo, fellow St. Louisan, and I froze. I didn't know what to say, so I just went, "Hi, Andy." And he was like, "Hey," and kept it moving.
Oh, you blew it.
I totally blew it. My friends in the group chat, my girlfriends were very upset because they were like, "This is your moment.
That was your moment
to befriend him and get us in." And I was like, "Yeah, I know."
He would have been all over it too.
I don't know. I think he would have been like, "Get out of here, leave me alone."
No, because he loves St. Louis sports, and you're on ESPN, and you know the St. Louis connection. Oh, I want that one back for you. I want that one back for you.
I want it back for me, too.
Maybe you'll see him again.
He did. He was so polite. He said hi back, but he kind of looked at me like, are you okay? I was just like, hi, Andy. I saw Julianne Moore recently walking down the street. Amazing actress. There's celebs everywhere. They're crawling in New York, but nobody cares because they got places to go and people to see. They got to get to their finance jobs,
They gotta get to the finance
crunch the
job.
numbers, I guess.
Michelle Smallman, kind enough to join us here on 101 ESPN. She is doing her show on Sportsmanlike Live from Hubbard Radio, both today and tomorrow, and then she will head back on a nonstop to LaGuardia, which was a nice score. Can I ask you to stick around, or you got to go?
No, I'm good. I just have to leave. What time is it?
I got 10 o'clock.
By 10:15.
10:15.
Because I have stuff with my mom
I'll
for
go
my birthday.
ILL and we'll talk Cardinals. Michelle Smallman sticking around for one more segment. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, Michelle Smallman's right next to you.
I saw her sitting over there. Hello, Michelle.
Hello.
Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Michelle Smallman for one more segment. All right. We want to make sure we cover two things.
Okay.
And I get distracted, as you know. I've been over here snorting Adderall the whole time, trying to stay on track. ILL.
I.
What about that? Where'd that come? Like, we had high expectations as Missouri fans, but you probably weren't thinking this was going to go on, right? Going into this year.
They were so much better than I expected. I thought that they would be good. I didn't think consistently top 25 good. Yeah. And, had they not had a couple stumbles through the season, we could have been talking about playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that Minnesota thing kind of sucks
Minnesota,
now looking back on it.
Yeah, it sucked at the time, and it definitely sucks looking back on it. They had a great season, and I'm just so proud of what Coach Bielema has built there. And I really do think that he's obviously the right guy for the job, and that the best is yet to come. I think they're going to continue to build. But as you guys know, the landscape of college football is so wild, wild west right now that it's not just about, are you a good X's and O's coach? It's, can you procure the money needed in order to get the best talent that you can? And then, by the way, while they're in your building, can you woo them enough and make them feel special enough that they're not going to want to bolt for Mizzou or somewhere else?
Exactly right.
So it's a tough thing right now in college football for these coaches. There needs to be some guardrails put in place, I think.
What'd you think of Bielema and Beamer on Tuesday?
Listen, I am such a homer and that I'm going to stand with Coach Bielema all the time. I did happen to love the social media back and forth. Yeah. I thought Coach Bielema's like, great season. Happy New Year. I really appreciated that from him. But yeah, I could see how tempers would flare on both sides.
Did you go to Illinois?
Yes.
Oh, you did?
No, I'm just talking about them for no reason. Yeah, I went to Illinois. Proud Illinois grad.
I figured you were a fan growing up in Illinois. I didn't know you went there.
I went there, yeah. I went there.
What did you major?
Broadcast journalism. Actually,
so you were committed to this nonsense from the get-go, just like me and Doug?
No. I went pre-med. I wanted to be a dermatologist. And after say what you want about me. I think I have a high level of self-awareness. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses. First class at Illinois, chemistry class. And I walked out of there being like, well, you're not smart enough to do this, nor are you dedicated enough. You're a party girl. You better bail immediately. And I did. I bailed as soon as I could. And I went to my advisor, and she was like, well, if you could do anything, what would you do? And I was like, well, our basketball team is so fun, and I would love to follow them around and write about them. And she's like, you're a girl with a deep voice, go into broadcasting. I was like, all right, okay.
So you didn't show up at Champaign thinking that? Wow.
Well, this may surprise you, but when I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of people that looked like me occupying a lot of sports positions.
Yeah.
People always say, like, oh, did you ever, know you wanted to be in radio? I was like, no, I didn't know any women or anyone that looked like me to where I could look at them and say, that's what I want to do. Representation is hugely important.
Yeah.
And, I'm so grateful for all of the women that open doors for me and for others, and hopefully I can pull up a chair for somebody else,
Who have you developed a rapport with at ESPN as far as like your fellow coworkers who some of our audience members may know?
Okay, let's see. Women or just in general?
Anybody, but yeah, women too. Because I see you've talked about, I've seen you on social media talking about Elle Duncan, for example. You love her,
Elle.
right?
Elle is a superstar amongst a galaxy of stars.
Yeah.
She's amazing and so cool and fun. So I'm based in New York out of the Seaport. So obviously a lot of the people that work there every day, I've gotten to know Molly Kiram, amazing. A person, though, that I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would get to have any sort of a relationship with is Mike Greenberg, who's been
is that right?
so
Greeny.
amazing to me. I cannot tell you how great Greeny is. He obviously occupied that morning slot for 17 years. He knows the rigors and the demands of what it takes to do that. And he checks in with me a lot because I see him at the Seaport and gives me advice, asks how I'm doing. He's so great. And you know who else has been so amazing to me and recently actually called me to give me advice on something unprompted, which I thought was maybe one of the coolest things that's ever happened to me, was Adam Schefter.
Really?
You will not find a nicer guy than Adam Schefter.
How about that?
Well, what advice does he have to give you?
Well, I had a situation basically with like the business side of what we do that I didn't even know he knew about, but I didn't really know how to handle. I'm still pretty green in this, especially at the national level. And he caught wind of it somehow and called me up on a Saturday. I was like, hey, Michelle, it's Adam Schefter. I heard about this. Let's talk about it. I think you should do X, Y, Z. And I was like, who is this? Adam Schefter? At first, he texted me. He was like, hey, Michelle, it's Adam. I'm going to call you shortly. And I thought, oh, no, what did I say on the air? Who did I have said in the NFL? Like, Adam is calling to give me a heads up that I did something wrong. But it was just out of his generous spirit that he wanted to call and help me out with the situation.
How about that?
And it worked out really well because of him.
That's super cool to hear.
Yeah, he's awesome.
That's a great thing.
So many great people at ESPN, though. Like, they always say, I mean, you guys know, you guys have worked together. It doesn't work without your chemistry. And so much of what we do doesn't work without chemistry and without people that are willing to be part of a team. And it really is true what they say. Like, the best thing about ESPN isn't the sports, it isn't the job, it's the people that you work with every day. And that's the truth.
That's a great thing to hear.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful thing to hear. All right, you wanted to talk about the Cardinals before.
What's going on?
You got 8 minutes. We got 8 minutes.
Okay.
I have been doing this going back to 2000, doing television and radio in St. Louis, and I cannot recall a time in which the Cardinals are just essentially checked out of the offseason.
Yes.
And in addition to fans being angry, the thing that I've noticed, Michelle, is fans are actually kind of apathetic about it, which I think is actually more dangerous than anger if people start to not care.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of where we are, and I've never seen that in my lifetime in St. Louis.
So I remember back in 2019 when the Cardinals were in the NLCS. Remember, they played the Nationals, and it was freezing outside. Do you remember how cold it was for that series?
Yep.
And Busch Stadium was not sold out. And I remember, because I had been in Bristol and then had come back to St. Louis at that point. And I remember a lot of my national media friends messaging me being like, oh, I thought these were the best fans in baseball. You guys can't even pack Busch Stadium for the CS. Like, oh, okay. And I said, well, getting the pulse of the fans, it's freezing outside, but a lot of people don't think that they're good enough to win this, so they're not going to spend the money to go. And I think that was kind of the beginning of like a slow burn of erosion for fan interest, because I try to explain this to my coworkers all the time because they don't follow baseball as intimately as we do here in St. Louis. I tell them making the playoffs is not enough for Cardinals fans. They really need to be competing for World Series championships. They need to be actual contenders. And the fans don't tolerate anything less than that. And it just feels like we've gotten to a point with this franchise that I've never seen in my lifetime, at least as a fully formed Cardinals fan. You know, maybe when I was a baby or younger it was, but I grew up in the Mark McGwire era, and then that was the Tony La Russa era. And it just feels like the things that we took such pride in as Cardinals fans, that it doesn't matter who we're playing, you're playing against the St. Louis Cardinals, and we are tough, and we're going to find a way to win. That edge that we used to have, it just feels like that is so gone. Not to mention that obviously the results on the field aren't the same. So I want to ask you guys, how do we get out of this? How long are we going to be this bad?
There are
I'm
a number.
not taking questions.
Okay.
Doug is not taking questions.
Yeah.
I will field your question, Michelle. I think we've got a while here.
Great.
And I think it's a bit concerning, I think, to fans that some are going, okay, is the organization looking to sell? We asked Bill DeWitt III. He was on the show. I guess that was about mid-November, Doug. Point blank.
Yeah.
Are you selling? Because there was a rumor going around St. Louis that they were selling.
Okay.
So point blank asked him that. He said, no, we are not selling. Okay, so then what is going on? I think there's two things that fans don't want to hear but are material to the conversation on this situation. Number one, the television thing for the Cardinals has been a real problem. It's a problem from a viewer standpoint because we haven't been able to access games unless you're a cable subscriber or certain select platform subscriber. But they've lost revenue on that front. It's down from their deal with FanDuel Sports Network. So that's a problem because that's reduced revenue. And then secondarily, because the product hasn't been that enticing, as you made reference to 2019, their attendance is down as well. So they've lost revenue. In addition to that, their player development system is a disaster right now. So they're reallocating the revenue they do have to go toward expenses for player development, which means that they're turning their attention to the future. But in baseball, that isn't like something that you can turn around like a college football team in 6 months. This is something that's going to take some time. And I think sending off Nolan Arenado, which I feel like is inevitable, will be a moment for a lot of Cardinal fans where they'll go, oh my God, we are that team that they have never been in the Bill DeWitt era.
Right.
So you got to go back to 1996 to even look at something like this. So I think that this is something that's going to be sticking around for the next handful of years.
Normally this time of year we get excited with hot stove talk.
Yeah.
And now you see teams signing free agents and trading players. And it's like, we're not even in the discussion.
No.
Like, nothing is happening. Nothing.
Like, there has not been a move this offseason.
No.
There has not been a move this offseason. And the ones that are going to be coming are going to be selling. They're not going to be buying up players.
The only move is, I guess, Goldschmidt signing with the Yankees.
Yeah. Wow. So that's depressing.
Yeah, it's unlike anything I've seen. And the other thing that stands out to me is the expectation now from the fan base that you talked about, where there used to be this championship expectation. The expectation is that you're going to not only be disappointed in what they do, but they don't trust the organization. And so there's a chasm in the relationship between the fan base and the organization. And I think nationally that would shock people. If you were talking to your cohorts at ESPN, they'd be shocked to hear that because St. Louis is synonymous with the Cardinals, like Green Bay is with the Packers.
Absolutely.
But right now, there is a real gap between the fan base's trust in the ownership and what they're actually getting. It's a different time than any time I've experienced in my career.
Me too. And to your point, my coworkers one day on the show brought up, hey, we see the Cardinals are trying to offload Nolan Arenado. What's going on? They were floored by this because they haven't realized where the organization is, because it's still that brand.
Yeah.
It's still, this is the Cardinals. And they knew that they had a down year this year, obviously, because we follow sports. But I don't think they realized the depths that the Cardinals have gotten to. And I'm like, yeah, they're acting like the Pirates of yesteryear.
It's got to be one of the four major sports leagues. It's got to be one of the most frustrated fan bases of all of the leagues. You're talking about, 125 plus franchises, the Cardinal fan base. I think nationally people would be shocked to hear that. But here, it is real life, either anger or apathy. And from a long-term perspective, the fact that people have had a tough time watching games, now they're just going, I don't miss it. And then when you combine issues with downtown St. Louis, and then the cost of going to a game, and then the product you're getting, you also reduce the short-term attendance numbers too. So I think that this is a big-time problem. And they're going to need a young player or two to emerge to get people back on board, because there is not a face of the franchise either.
But I thought that was supposed to be Jordan Walker, no?
Well,
they kind of ruined him.
on if
I remember.
tickets down in Memphis.
So they sent it to the minors.
Yeah. Michelle, thank you so much. Do 3 segments. I mean,
thank you for
I
letting
ran
me hang
you
with you
over
guys.
in the hallway this
That's
morning
great.
at like 6:52, and I said, would you mind coming in? And then the next thing, I take an hour of your time. And you've been up since 2:30.
I told you 9, and that was my bad because I forgot I would have to cut a bunch of commercials and do our show planning for the next day. So sorry, I was late.
No. I'm sorry I took you 3 segments, but thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
On all your success.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
And congratulations to you guys in the morning show
Yeah,
here.
Doug, how about that?
My old slot. Congrats.
Yeah.
Great to listen
Tough
to you guys.
shoes to fill.
You better believe it. Yeah.
Not really. Well, they're heels, so yeah.
Tough heels. Yeah. I do that in the privacy of my own home.
Oh, that's hot. I didn't know that.
Makes me feel pretty.
Michelle, thank you so much for coming in and joining us. Really appreciate it. That's Michelle Smallman. Great to have her back here at 101 ESPN for the week. Design Air is a sponsor of our email today. Online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp, the longest running sponsor on TMA, more than a decade. Design Air Heating and Cooling. And with the forecast over the next week, if you run into any issues with your heating system, make sure you go to designairservice.com. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, I'm a client, and they are the longest running sponsor on TMA. It's designairservice.com. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling sponsor of the email of the day here on TMA. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. How about this, Doug? Is this Billy Joel? He's talked about Billy Joel residency with Michelle Smallman. And this is off the Innocent Man album, I think. Yep.
It's definitely him.
Lover man, where can you be? It's TMA 101 ESPN, Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Pleasure to talk it over with Michelle Smallman joining us in studio in the 8 o'clock.
Isn't she great?
She is. She's, You know what she is? She's a delight.
She really is.
And she brought us together, and now we're going to dine at Cracker Barrel today.
Well, look at the time. It's so late.
It's 10:18. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers.
What would you get at Cracker Barrel today?
Oh, thank you for asking. First off, I would have biscuits with apple butter as an appetizer.
It was just to lay a base, right?
To lay a base.
Right.
And then
biscuits with apple butter.
I'd wash it down with a lemonade or two.
Yeah, full sweet, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, no Splenda.
And then I would get the grilled chicken sandwich on sourdough. You can hold the tomatoes and pickles, and then I'll take an extra order of steak fries to go with it just to help wash it down.
Get rid of the vegetables.
All right.
More fries.
A little salad, and then I might have another biscuit with apple butter just to help, again, wash it down.
Digestion process.
Right.
Now, I like apple butter, but I've never ordered it in a restaurant.
I don't think I've ever had. Is that just obliterated apples?
It's hard to describe. It's like a dark color. It tastes good.
Why is it dark?
It's more like jelly, really, than butter.
I like jelly.
It's a sweet treat, bro. That's what it is.
I'm sure I'd like it. Cooked fruit. But, yeah, Cracker Barrel's fun. You don't have that in New York.
That's exactly right.
Probably
exactly
not.
Right.
Probably not. That's their loss.
So it was great having Michelle and Charlie Marlo with us in the 8 o'clock hour, and Bernie Federko as well. You want to podcast the show? The podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow's company, Doug, and we're big fans of his. You used his business when your garage door broke.
I absolutely did. I thought I was going to need a whole new garage door. No, they came out to take a look at it. Why am I laughing about it? I wasn't laughing at the time. My garage door would not go up. It would not go down. Yes, down. It wouldn't do it. But I didn't need a whole new garage door. All I needed was a strut, and they fixed it up real quick, real nice like, very professional, and I was good to go. If you have any kinds of problems, this is what you ought to do. In fact, you ought to write down the name on a Post-it note or something and put Schaefer Door right inside that garage so that whenever something goes wrong, you'll remember who to call. That's Schaefer Door, and here's the number, 636-782-3608. They service all kinds of garage doors, and they do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. They also do those huge warehouse doors. Maybe you have a business with these big, giant garage doors. Yes, Schaefer Door is experienced in handling those jobs as well. They're big enough to get any job done, small enough to talk with an actual person when you call them with a problem. The service techs are not commission-based. They're not going to try to sell you something you don't need. They just want to get in there, get it working perfectly, and move on out and make you happy. Again, their number, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
There it is. Schaefer Door, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Design Air is the sponsor of the email today. You can send yours in to compete the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Brand new month. So you might sit there and go, how can I possibly compete with Buck Swope? He's the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year. He won more emails of the day than anybody else in 2023. Brand new month. Day, brand new year. This is your time. Up there, it's their time. Down here, it's our time.
It's our time.
Goonies.
Right.
I watched that with my 7-year-old last
Okay.
night. He loved it.
Enjoy it?
Couldn't get enough of it. Very scared by sloth initially.
Yeah.
Very scared by sloth initially.
Yeah.
But appreciative of the work Sean Astin did. He would later play Rudy. Sean Astin.
That's what your son said?
And
It was always unappreciative. Sean
and he would later break through the Georgia Tech offensive line and sack the quarterback and Rudy.
What's the little dance the huskier fellow does in that? Is that the truffle shuffle? That's right.
That's correct. Wouldn't you be able to do the truffle shuffle in 2025?
Not with a child actor. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, no, I don't think.
Isn't it funny to see a fat kid with his belly jiggling? That's just funny.
See, Charlie's pro truffle shuffle.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you'd have to, probably not. But with like a grown adult, yeah, probably. Just not probably the child actor.
All right, Doug, here's our deal. We'll watch Georgia Notre Dame, then we'll watch Goonies, then we'll get a nightcap at Cracker Barrel.
Well, we're eating dinner at Cracker Barrel, not lunch. This is dinner now.
Have you been lately, Tim?
I have. Well, I wanted to. I'm dead serious. I will drive, and it's such a turn on for my wife. What do you want to get for dinner? I'd like to drive and pick up Cracker Barrel. Oh, And she's like, let's just go straight to the chambers. But they used to have the grilled chicken sandwich on sourdough, and they got rid of it.
I was going to say I pulled up the menu. I was going to order ahead for you, but I didn't see.
You're
the
going?
What?
No, he's just going to get it for me.
I was going to get it for Tim, but I didn't see the grilled chicken sandwich on the menu anymore. And I was trying to guess what Doug would get, and I landed on Grandpa's breakfast.
What's in that?
Yeah, what does that entail?
I closed it out. I'll get it back.
Steel cut oatmeal, I bet.
Sounds heavy in sausage and bacon. I don't eat that stuff.
I'm curious now what that.
Momentarily.
Yeah, they got rid of the grilled chicken sandwich on sourdough, and it was the bee's knees, and I'm angrier than a hornet about the
Probably
whole thing.
the healthiest thing they had there.
Oh, so good. It was glorious. We got Notre Dame, we got Georgia at 3 o'clock, and I am looking forward to that. So the game initially was going to just be moved to the kickoff of 7:45 Central Time, like it was going to be on New Year's Day before the tragedy in New Orleans. And then Notre Dame and Georgia both requested that they kick off earlier because they have to play Penn State. The winner has to play Penn State a week from tonight in the Orange Bowl. And they are of the opinion that the earlier than they get done, it's going to be an advantage for Penn State to have those 2 extra days, because they played 2 nights ago in beating Boise State, that they wanted to play earlier as opposed to a night game and not get done until, midnight or later Eastern time, and then have a shorter amount of time for recovery. So that is why ESPN in this situation is getting a 3 p.m. game time on a day that probably for a lot of people is not a holiday.
Right.
So the numbers, even though you have 2 premier programs, may not be what they would have expected had this been the normal Sugar Bowl kickoff time.
Kind of surprising that just a few hours would make that big a difference. I guess maybe it would.
Well, if you're thinking about it, you don't land back in your campus until probably 1:30 or 2 Eastern. And then how that impacts things as far as getting ready to go and playing a legitimate operation in Penn State.
Right.
I worried about all the thousands of fans who have hotel rooms were probably checking out today, and now they can't. And you wonder what kind of logistical nightmare is going on down there right now.
In addition to that, are you aware where the Super Bowl is this year?
Yes.
New Orleans.
How about that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doug, you remember we went to the Super Bowl in New Orleans, Rams Patriots?
Sure.
And they had barbed wire around the building and rocket launchers.
Mm-hmm. Guys walking around with machine guns and everything.
God.
Because that was
the safest
4
place
months after September 11th when that took place. So, I woke up yesterday morning, and I would imagine a lot of people are in this space, because even if you were staying up to go out on New Year's Eve, the chances of being up at 3:15 when that took place in New Orleans, or if you're on the East Coast, 4:15, and knowing what took place, I had no idea. So I'm watching College Game Day. I got my sons running around. I'm just hanging out, watching. Love that show. And Reese Davis talks about the tragedy, which became a terrorist attack, with more investigation over the course of the morning in New Orleans. But the game would go on. And I'm going, what in the hell is he talking about? And then I go and I read the story about it. I'm thinking to myself, and this was my initial reaction. This isn't like Monday morning quarterbacking, virtue signaling. It's got nothing to do with that. I don't really care. I'm just telling you what my thought process was. I then read about it. I go, I'm really surprised they're just like, and the game will be played. I'm going, I'm surprised by that, in part because if it is a perceived terrorist attack, that they're that confident that, there isn't more coming. And then later in the morning in Las Vegas, you had right outside of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, an Elon Musk design Cybertruck set to blow up right in front of the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas, and you're going, okay, is there more going on here? So that surprised me, and then eventually, a couple hours later, they announced that they were postponing the game. Later on in the afternoon / early evening, they announced it would be a 3 p.m. Central kickoff time. Were you surprised by that? I don't know if you were. I'm watching so much college football stuff. I know you've got.
Surprised that they thought they were going to play initially?
That's correct. I and again, I'm not chastising, saying, what are you doing? I'm not doing that stuff because we have information now that they didn't have then.
Right.
So this is not give me your likes. This is just an observation that with something of that magnitude, I was surprised that it was just going to go forward without any question. And then once they said that there could be other explosives around the area, that's when they decided to temper it. And both Georgia and Notre Dame spent most of the day in their hotel rooms.
It was probably a matter of the powers that be running the game finally got a real good feel as to what happened and what was going on before they decided to move it back. Because that's a big thing to do, to change the game. They probably just wanted to be really sure about the scope of everything that was going on.
Right, and rightfully so. You got to, you exhaust every single option when you're doing stuff like that. It was terrible.
With the television dollars that really do fuel this whole thing, I mean, the television dollars, the reason the Pac-12 does not exist, all due respect to Washington State and Oregon State, that the fact that Oregon was concerned about the television dollars when they were talking, I think it was Apple TV, about their television package. That's why they bolted to the Big Ten, and then Washington, USC, and UCLA followed suit. That you go from a 7:45 kickoff Central Time on New Year's Day, a game that I think was right there with the Rose Bowl as far as anticipation goes, to a 3 p.m. kickoff. Again, I understand it. This is not a complaint. I'm just saying there's no way to prepare for this. We're going to have a terrorist attack. We can't play the game, or we got to change the kickoff. It just has a material change to it. And then the fact that both Notre Dame and Georgia wanted to kick off earlier because they're like, we got to get back to South Bend or Athens, and we have a handful of days to put a game plan in for Penn State. I would imagine there are members of the coaching staff already on both those staffs who are already turning their attention to watching film of the Nittany Lions. This is a pretty quick turnaround. This is a different ball game than previous college football seasons. Usually you play your bowl game and that'll wrap it up. Different deal now. So Notre Dame, Georgia, 3 p.m. kickoff today. The winner gets Penn State a week from today. Texas and Ohio State is already set. That will be Friday night in Dallas for the Cotton Bowl. And then the winner will play on Martin Luther King Day. And you will have, no matter what, you got a playoff where you're going to have blue bloods playing each other for the championship. There's no way around it.
Yeah, and the Ohio State-Texas might be like we've talked about before, and I think it's to a much lower scale, but like, what if LSU's offense from 2019 could play that Miami Hurricanes team from the early 2000s? Like, what a clash of strengths that would be. I think Ohio State's offense going up against this Texas defense is in a similar vein. Obviously not to the level, but up there.
Yeah, Texas's defense especially, we've seen it so many times when teams get inside that 2-yard line. Just God bless trying to get into the end zone. Scadaboo was able to do it with the help of his offensive lineman yesterday. But Ohio State, I think, is at its best when it's throwing the football around. And I'll be intrigued to see what kind of pressure they're able to get on Will Howard with that Texas defense. And I would imagine Ryan Day will be throwing often to Jeremiah Smith.
If Ohio State plays anyway like they did against Oregon and Tennessee, I don't think they'll have too much trouble with Texas. I don't. That's my hot take.
The 6.
I think so.
You're gonna lay the 6. Would you like to see Notre Dame win today, or are you anti?
Yeah, I would, just because Georgia's had its moments here the last couple of years.
Jackson, who do you want to see win?
I think Notre Dame would be more fun. I think Notre Dame and Penn State is a little bit more fun.
You're so worried about your anti-Irish, anti-Catholic thing that you're just now covering trails.
I think we're past the point of covering trails. I do think. Yeah, I think if Georgia is to win, I think we might be reaching uniform nirvana with the matchups. Texas Ohio State is an awesome uniform matchup.
Texas has horrible uniforms.
I agree with Doug.
Really?
Horrible color. That burnt orange is terrible. It's mostly just a white and kind of a blah color.
I'm on the same page with Douglas Elvin Vaughn.
Let me be frank here. Horns down. I do not like the University of Texas. However, I think their uniforms are outstanding. The
Your
helmet
is in
is
your ass. Clip that take.
don't know what about it. The helmet is beautiful. They always go with the white pants. I think it looks great.
They won your bracket uniform.
They did. I picked a bracket based on uniforms, and Texas was the winner. They beat out Penn State.
Yeah, that might be the worst take in the history of Texas.
I think you guys are giving out bad takes.
That's what I don't like about Texas is the uniforms. Their color, the burnt orange, I just think is terrible.
All right, we're going to like Wrestle Doug. Let's do it right now.
Oh, cute.
With my sciatica?
Your thoughts on Doug's sciatica the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can also call in about it. Callier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt. The program's called The Morning After, and it airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues off today. They'll be back in action tomorrow, taking on the Senators. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Welcome back. It is the morning after. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and we are in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. And coming up here in about 10 minutes, we'll have our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It's the first email of the day of 2025. Who will claim it? Is it still Buck Swope's time?
It feels like he's right in his prime. That he's really hitting on all cylinders.
He's the Scotty Scheffler of the email of the day?
I think so at the moment, yeah.
All right, we'll see. We'll see if somebody can break through. I see there are some new listeners, like David O'Fallon says, "I'm a new listener. He wants to go heads up against Buck Swope."
Okay.
So the people are starting to appear. They want to try to do it. So send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Arbor Day, who won the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year in 2023 and 2024, makes this observation. You guys talk about what teenage boys wear more than most grown men. I'm not judging. It's just an observation. Thanks. That's from Arbor Day with regard to the uniform argument that you and Jackson were having. And Jackson, you did a tournament of uniforms?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on TMA Instagram, and I came away to Texas. I think Texas, the helmet's gorgeous. I think the burnt orange is a lot better than Tennessee's burnt orange.
Doug, I know you're a big advocate for teams changing uniforms week by week and how it helps recruiting.
No.
But if you look at the bottom of the bracket where you got Penn State taking on Notre Dame or Georgia, and then the top of the bracket where you got Texas taking on Ohio State, I think some might make the observation that those teams don't change uniforms, and then you wonder how they're able to get recruits.
How in the world? I don't know. It's magic. I don't know how they do it, especially Penn State. They look like the uniforms they would have worn 70 years ago.
They put a stripe in the middle of their helmet, and that hurts.
Got fancy.
I don't like the stripe. Oregon should have been ashamed of themselves yesterday putting on that silver helmet when they know Ohio State wears a gray helmet. Like, that's so lame. That jersey they wear is cool. Like, that kind of
like
throwback.
the little duck. There was a little cartoon.
Yeah, it's a little Mighty Duck-ish, and I like that. And I think that's a great-looking jersey with white pants. Go white helmet. Go green helmet. Don't go silver helmet with the wing thing. That's ridiculous looking.
Yeah.
Wear a white helmet.
Okay.
You're Oregon. You don't just spin the wheel on the uniforms. Be pragmatic.
But the guy who said we talk about teenagers and what they wear, as we discussed earlier, there's not a lot of teenagers playing. Now these guys are 25,
Jeremiah
27 years old.
What you will notice is there's not a single player out there in college football who wears their football pants below the knee.
That's weird.
Most of them wear them high or up their thighs.
Basically shorts. They're wearing
Jackson,
shorts.
what do you say? Skies out?
Oh, skies out, thighs out.
Yeah, that's how Jackson wears his shorts.
And don't get me wrong, I think it's
really?
He likes to show his boy legs.
Oh, yeah. People have talked to me that I'm all leg, and so when you're all leg like me, you want to show it off.
I think I have the torso of somebody who's 6'2", but the legs of like Mickey Carroll.
Top tall is what drama would call you.
Is that high waisted? Or
No,
is the opposite of
I'm high-waisted. I'm
tall
high-waisted.
legs.
Yeah, long.
Something happened with my skull and my legs, but my torso's the bee's knees.
You're like Mike TV after he got out of the taffy stretcher, except it was only from.
Well, I wanted an
hip to neck.
obscure reference, but I caught it. You're talking Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with the grandparents who swung?
They, for some reason, even though they weren't related to each other except for the married couples, they were sleeping in the same bed.
Right, and now it sounds like you're starting to judge and kink shame a little bit, and I'm very careful on that.
But they spent all day there.
Right, well, they were turned on.
So, like, you wake up.
Just like the insatiable Craig Rutledge.
You wake up,
can't get enough, apparently.
You wake up and you don't move, and then you go to bed after not moving, and you've been in bed with your son or daughter's parents. It's kind of odd.
Getting a little kink shame in there, getting a little taste of it. Not a good way to start the new year.
Well, half of them had British accents and the other half didn't. But
what's wrong with that?
Well, I don't. It doesn't make much sense. Like Charlie Bucket is American, and so is Willy Wonka, but the factory's in England. I don't know.
Maybe you're thinking about it too much.
I love Gene Wilder. I'll say that.
That's a nice take.
Love Gene Wilder.
Okay. Yeah,
what about Augustus Gloop?
Augustus Gloop. Yeah, he listen. If he didn't fall in the Chocolate River, he was getting it somewhere else. That kid had no respect. More than Mike TV.
Who fell into the taffy stretcher?
Mike TV.
Yeah, that's what Jackson says I look like.
Well, how much did it stretch him?
Well, he in the Johnny Depp remake, Bad. He walks out looking like Victor Wembanyama, like he's about 7'6".
Oh, really?
Yeah.
More NBA grooming.
So it works
slightly though.
It works.
Apparently.
Stretching.
Taffy stretching. Yeah. Oh, Johnny Depp, what are you doing?
When was the last time you ordered some taffy?
Oh, man. Saltwater taffy by the beach is one thing.
Oh. Won't it just pull your teeth right out of your mouth?
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that can do that. Like I like a milk dud, but that's not great for dentistry.
Make it stop!
What do you mean?
All these critiques about what 300-pounders are wearing. It's like St. Charles fall/winter. That's from Arbor Day. He's the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year. He's trying to make it 3 straight years, and I think he's off to a great start in 2025.
This guy doesn't like when we talk ball. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is what we do. We talk ball, and sometimes that involves the uniforms. I think it's an important element.
I do, too. So what would be the best uniform matchup for the championship game?
Jackson's going to say something Texas.
I think Penn State, Texas. I truly do. I think Penn State, but I don't think Penn State, Ohio State's a bad one at all either. Although I'm not crazy about.
I
Ohio
think
State.
Notre Dame, Ohio State might be the best.
I mean, no matter what, you're getting a really classic matchup. You know, and Ohio State, in fairness, they wore the red pants against Tennessee. That looked goofy, so they changed up a little bit there.
How about that, Doug? Probably got a recruit out of that.
Yeah, they looked like Ohio State yesterday.
They sure did, and they looked great. Although I don't like the stickers on the helmet.
Good morning. I would give my firstborn son to spend all the day in bed with my father-in-law. That's from caller Buzz, who won the June 2023 Milagro Tequila.
But it's not their father-in-law. It's just like the other set of parents in your children's marriage. It's odd. It's odd.
Jackson's all legs and runs like an ostrich, but it's still hot. Thanks. That's from Big Tuft.
Slower than you'd think. You take a look at me and you might think, like, I could see him being okay.
Pick him up laying down.
No, slower than you think. I am not fast.
Guys, don't forget Grandpa's cocaine nail. Thanks. That's from Sticky Ricky. He had a little keep up nail.
He had a long nail. I mean, the whole situation was a little odd.
I guess if you are swinging all day, at some point you probably need to powder your nose, right?
Yeah, I guess, but they're sitting in bed all day. Like, that doesn't seem like
No, wait a minute. Who was in bed and who was getting stretched by Taffy?
Mike TV stretched by Taffy. The grandparents were in bed and they were playing swap.
They might have been playing. They were always in, like, their nightgowns, and that's
But what's wrong with grandparents being in bed?
All, like, perpetually, though. Like, only. Like,
every scene you saw, the grandparents were they
you clearly
tired?
haven't seen the picture.
I have not seen
You've never seen Charlie
Jackson's about to judge you. I hope you're
with
okay
Gene
with it.
Wilder?
No.
Seriously?
I don't watch movies.
How about we watch that, then we watch Georgia Notre Dame, then we go to Cracker Barrel.
I'm not watching this Taffy stretching movie.
The grandparents shared one bed.
Yeah.
4 people in one bed.
It was one bed, and so the husband and wife sit next to each other, and then their feet would touch the other parents of the mother or father, it doesn't really matter, on the other side. And they would just talk and converse and I guess eat all in that bed. I mean, seriously, what would your backside look like? It would be one big rash. You can't sit in bed. When did they change the sheets? I don't know. Again, I have some questions.
And then Grandpa Bucket had a cocaine nail.
Gene Wilder was there. Willy Wonka was doing something, that river scene when they're in that boat.
Yeah,
no. Scary.
That was more psychedelics then. But Grandpa was all hopped up on white.
When he found out that they were going to the factory, I wouldn't put it past him. He got up and he was doing the whole. He looked like
hence the nail.
It was like singing in the rain.
You know, they didn't have keys because they never left the bed, so they had to use the nail.
I don't
this
think
is all making sense if you pay attention. And it sounds like you don't pay attention. Marsh's burner has made an announcement and he's made a declaration of war. I am coming for Arbor Day's crown this year. Marsh's burner wants to be the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year. Where's Great Babe Auto Detailing? I mean, you talk about 3 heavyweights right there. If you have Arbor Day going up against Marsh's burner and Great Babe Auto Detailing, Doug.
Yeah.
Watch out. Here comes Suckboy Tony.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't enter the fray.
What in the hell is going on right now? Half the listening audience is already in dire straits from having the runs after too many Velveeta rye bread party pizzas a few nights ago, and now they have to decipher this. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener, who's not happy with Jackson's breakdown of Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory circa 77?
That sounds about right. I have a question on, so is that just you take a piece of rye bread and throw Velveeta, like a block of Velveeta on there?
You'll have to talk to Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Yeah, it's like usually a Velveeta with like a ground beef mixture. I've had it. They're not bad.
Zekman Grid.
Okay.
I didn't mean to do you like that.
No.
It was just curious.
You know what? Noted.
Chairman Kurt won't forget.
We talked about whatever this dish is, and then you popped up. I just don't think it's a coincidence.
I've heard them called S on a shingle before.
Oh, yeah.
Bill. Tim talks. I listen. Get ready for some quality erotic text. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride. Magic Man. So there you go, Doug. He's going to be sending in wonderful.
Well, he usually does.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. If you like the stocking cap, or as Doug, do you call it a sock hat? Somebody called it a sock hat.
I don't call it. I call it a stocking
Wearing
cap.
a stocking cap. You got the little TMA logo right here for those of you watching on YouTube. That's available at TMASTLshop.com. TMASTLshop.com is where you can get your TMA merch. That includes hoodies, quarter zips, T-shirts, and do you mind if I say ball caps?
I don't really like it, but if you'd like to say it, I'll let it
Sky
go.
piece?
Sky piece is better.
These stocking hats, they're all available for you. TMASTLshop.com. Martin's vacationing in the Hamptons. We did have Charlie Marlo and Michelle Smallman and Bernie Federko on in his stead, but he wanted to talk about Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling.
Pretty simple, right? It gets hot out, you turn on the AC. It gets cold out, you turn on the furnace. What's not simple is the repair. We can all kind of mess around with a little project here and there, but not when it's the HVAC unit. You need the experts, and we're talking about Design Air. So if there is an issue with the furnace, especially this time of year, it gets cold, it's just not working right, get to the pros. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. DesignAirService.com. Remember that website, DesignAirService.com. They work hard with their employees to make sure when they get to your home, they're there to do a repair. It's not a sales job. A lot of folks focus on the sales job. No, you need a repair. They're going to fix it the right way. Seth Goldcamp and the family have been doing this a long time, since 1904. This is a fourth-generation St. Louis business. We love hearing longevity. That means they're going to be here today, tomorrow for the long term. They're also the longest-running TMA supporter sponsor out there. How about that? TMA and Design Air going together for about a decade now. They're never going to upsell. Reputation is so important to them. Find out why it makes a difference. Go online. Set up your appointment at DesignAirService.com.
That's Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling, sponsor our email of the day, which comes your way next here in the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne vacationing in the Hamptons at Jackson's parents' place. He'll be back on Monday. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt, I didn't know, Chairman Kurt, you did tweet out in reference to Chris Chelios calling St. Louisans hillbillies an actual Gallup poll. Doug, you did tweet out a Gallup poll.
You can't do it. The Gallup organization has to do that.
No, I got the okay from George Gallup. Oh, yeah, we said, is St. Louis a hillbilly mecca? And with 230-something precincts reporting, it's a close race. 56-44 says no.
Wow. How about that? Doug, 44%, however, the voters do say it is a hillbilly mecca.
Is there a major city in America that would have more hillbillies?
I come probably from one of them, so
where?
Imperial.
Well, I mean, major city.
Oh, shout out Imperial.
Like an NFL city or a Major League Baseball city. Like Nashville, would that have more?
Not anymore.
Nashville's got cash money now.
Yeah, not anymore. Oh, man. Yeah, Oklahoma City? I don't know.
And you love the Thunder?
I think everyone loves the Thunder.
See, Doug, everyone loves the Thunder.
Okay, I don't know about that. I don't know.
Swinging package of dynamite named Sassy Cassie.
Yep,
I love the sound effect.
Blown up in the air in one of those tornadoes down there in Oklahoma. Stephen Wildwood, the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Year in 2023, is playing Harbortown, and he just met my parents out there on the first hole and sent a picture with my parents. God bless. And he texted in, since you boys bet the over on 107.5, the number I set for his score today.
Yeah.
He got on in regulation on number 1. So I'll just operate on the premise of a 3-jack. So that's a bogey.
Okay.
But hey, you guys are going to lose some cash to Stephen Wildwood.
I don't know.
$1,000 a man? Is that what this was?
Long way to go.
17 holes to play. A lot of water.
Sometimes the
Number
first
1,
hole is
Harbortown's
pretty
a
easy.
gentle handshake, Doug.
Yeah.
It's a gentle handshake. Number 2 is a gentle handshake, too.
The first hole should be easy.
Agreed.
You like a gentle handshake?
Yes.
You know what's the worst? Par 3 on the first hole.
Where's
Lame.
a par 3 on the first hole?
Played a course in Chicago that had that. It was a
Medina.
decent course, Cog Hill. And it was a par 3 to start. And I was like, not good. Over water, too.
Oh, no.
That's going to put the man to the test.
Yeah.
Stephen Wildwood answered the test. That's what he did.
Well, I suppose for a lot of people it might be better to hit a 8-9 iron or wedge off the tee when you're first warming up rather than take your big swing with the driver.
Jackson, unfortunately, has to use like a 5 or 6 iron, though.
Yeah, it's
He's
true.
got an open club face coming through. He's going to work on that in 2025. Buy stock in Jackson and buy stock in Patty Maroon and Biz Nasty being the next Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley. That's what I get. Look at him doing his moves.
Working on your swing now.
What a treat for the audience watching on YouTube. Arbor Day has responded to Marcia's burner regarding the Milagro Tequila Texter of the Year. He says, I'd like to vote for Marcia's burner. Anyone who actually wants the Texter of the Year award probably needs it in their lives. That's from Arbor Day.
Well, there's some truth
So
to
shots are being fired. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow! We never got the timing right. I shot him down at the Dotem Open. Then he shot me down at the TMA Awards banquet. I just figured it wasn't in the cards until today. I was working my day job at the Fenton Cracker Barrel. Up came driving a LeBaron convertible. Out pops a khaki tall drink of water. I'm on my 10:30 break. I want to make reservations for me and a both handsome and perfect coworker. I replied, give me a minute. He said, I don't have a minute. I'm a St. Louis pseudo-celebrity. Got to get back on the air. Then decided to take his frustration out on me. I'm going to give you the TV lights treatment and put my hog real close to your face.
We don't need that talk.
The heck with my sciatica. I'm going to separate church and state.
What's that mean?
And by church and state, I mean your butt.
Okay, that's enough.
That's from Lee, and then the middle name is Key, and then the last name is Rear.
Oh, Lee Key Rear.
Morning, boys. Newish listener since you usurped the morning drive, and like Martin, it took me a while to understand the show. But I get it, and I enjoy it. I would have one suggestion, and that would be to put Chairman Kurt on the Sports Center updates as opposed to the chair of the St. Louis chapter of White Dudes for Harris, Libby Jack. Is that what you are the chair of?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I'm on a couple of boards, but
are you really?
Pay no attention.
No one wants to hear NBA updates. We don't care. Or maybe he's the founder of Cucks for Kamala. Learn some hockey, Jackson. I do think Buck Swope is a bit hard on the lad, though. It's not his fault. He lost the gene pool lottery with his thinning white hair and translucent, pasty skin that instantly burns when the sun touches him. Doug, just as an FYI, pleats are not coming back, so no need to continue to store those in the back of your closet. You can clear out some space for more flat-fronted khakis. Are there different temperature settings in the studio? Tim looks like he is sitting in 30-degree temps with that beanie and pea coat. Doug is looking dapper with his quarter zip, and Libby Jack looks comfy with his crew neck and cards hat. Loved hearing Smallman on the show today. Go Blues! That's from Dave, and he's an O'Fallon.
Okay. Dave, and he's an O'Fallon.
According to Wikipedia, Ernest Lee Jr. Spivey played for the Brewers in 2004 and 2005 until he was traded to the Washington Nationals on June 10th for pitcher Tomokazu Oka. Spivey signed with the Cardinals on December 23rd and spent the entire 2006 season with the AAA Memphis Redbirds. He filed for free agency after the season. Fast forward to January 2025, when a pale producer with very limited knowledge said out loud on FM radio, "Did Junior Spivey get enough at-bats with the Cardinals?"
About time someone talked about it.
Considering the fella had a grand total of 0 big league games and plate appearances, I would say no.
All right.
Junior Spivey did not get enough at-bats.
Agreed.
Rightfully so, because Spivey promptly signed with the Bridgeport Bluefish in the Atlantic League in 2007, so there's a slight chance the Spivester was past his prime. Here's an idea, Jackson. Unless the Jason Tatum or the 2014 Mizzou basketball team comes up, just sit there quietly while the big boys talk. Oh, by the way, Tim, the gray stocking cap is making my loins tingle. Happy New Year, everyone. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues and their traveling fans who Chris Chelios labeled hillbillies by not calling them hillbillies, went up to Chicago on New Year's Eve and took the Blackhawks measure at Wrigley Field 6-2. Libby Jack not going to be much good to us as he's exhausted from monitoring the forecast all week. Not for Chicago, where they were playing hockey outdoors, but for Pasadena because he has a recurring scheduled emptying during the sunset at the Rose Bowl every January 1st. On the field, there wasn't much to Oregon fans to pleasure themselves to as the previously undefeated Ducks were blown off the field by Ohio State. But I think the lead is that Tim McKernan is reporting for the 11th straight year of the college football playoff. No team will be undefeated and national champion. Is that a new report? What about Jim Harbaugh's bunch who cheated their way to an undefeated national championship less than a year ago? What about Joe Burrow's LSU? What about the Clemson team that trolled Nick Saban post-game by channeling Suge Knight at the 1995 Source Awards, comparing Saban to P. Diddy? Oh, Tim just misread a joke by Brett McMurphy saying an undefeated team still has never won a national title in the 12-year college football playoff era. You see that? He's being funny. What's not funny is the state of the 2025. We're sitting this one out Cardinals. We're stuck in no man's land where they refuse to admit they're rebuilding when everyone knows they're rebuilding, won't take on payroll to improve their roster, but can't execute any salary dump trades either, and are managed by the same underqualified manager who they awarded an extension to for no reason following their worst season in 33 years. Doug, that's Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the designer being today.
I wanted to give it to David O'Fallon because he's new, but Buck had the best email. I got to vote Buck Swope.
David O'Fallon.
Chairman Kurt.
The scheduled emptying got me. Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is one. The designer heating and cooling email of the day. Time for us to go. BCAN Ferrari up next. For Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, for Michelle Smallman. And today, joining us with Martin Kilcoyne vacation in the Hamptons. For my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.